I don't see any hands in the room. If there are any of you online that need them, that didn't already contact Rachel or I, if you could just raise your hand, Rachel will reach out to you. Speaking of that, for those of you who are on the public side that would like to be promoted to be a panelist, if you could update your name so that it shows your first and last name and then which agency you're from, Rachel will go through and start promoting you so you're on the panelist side. Let's see what else. This training is being recorded, and we will have the recording in perpetuity on our YouTube channel if you need to come back and refer to anything. And I'm going to send around this lovely sign-in sheet. If you guys could go ahead and sign in, and we'll get you those of you who are online. The TADENs, we do not have the presentation up on the TADEN, but if you would like to speak, please make sure that you press. There's actually a little sticker on the front of the TADEN that shows how you turn on and off the microphone, but that's so the people at online can hear all of us. And then I think with that, we can go around and do a round of introductions. We'll start in the room, and then once we're done with that, we can go online. Sorry, Adriana, I know you're writing, but if you can introduce yourself and don't forget to use your microphones.
Good morning. I'm Adriana Rodriguez, Senior Transportation Engineer, Metroplan Orlando.
Mike Wilson, Senior Transportation Planner, Metroplan Orlando. Gus Castro, City of Orlando Transportation Planning. Esteban Espinal, Transportation Engineer Operations, Osceola County.
Matt Hassan, Transportation Engineer Production, Osceola County.
Tony Nelson, Assistant Director of Transportation Transit, Osceola County.
Lenny Barden, City Engineer, Altamont Springs.
Cody Caraway, Transportation Project Coordinator, City of Altamont Springs.
Chris Altavasi with Fair and Piers on GBC for Metroplan Orlando.
Daniel Vanetta with the Altamont Springs Police Department.
Arturo Perez, Seminole County Professional Engineer, Transportation.
Henry Branscombe, Senior GS Analyst, HDR.
Richard Littlefield, Senior GS Analyst, HDR.
Katie Shannon, Senior Community Planner, VHB.
Jason Sartoria, Transportation Planner, City of Winter Park.
Alex Morgan, Senior Engineer at Kittleson. Cami Radke, Mobility and Special Projects Manager, the City of St. Cloud.
Shayna Eaton, Kimley Horn, Transportation Planning.
Michael Haddad, Kimley Horn, Transportation Planning, Professional Engineer.
Caitlin Ward, City of Orlando, Transportation Engineering.
Hi, I'm Jonah McKay. I lead customer success and onboarding initiatives at Citian. Excited to spend a lot of time with you all these next couple of days.
Hi, everyone. I am Teresa Hall. I'm also a customer success manager at Citian, and I'm here to help Jonah get you guys up and running. So we're excited to meet you all.
All right, thank you. Well done, everyone in the room. Maybe we can go through those that are online if you're able to. Introduce yourselves.
Good morning. This is Shad Smith. I'm with the City of Longwood, Public Works Director.
Good morning. I'm Keena Henry with the City of Castleberry, Special Projects Manager.
Sydney Boswell, Planner for the City of Lake Mary.
Regina Ramos, Project Manager, Orange County.
And Janelle Kemp, Public Works Director for the Town of Oakland.
All right, thank you. Well done. I think that's everyone that we have online. If I missed anyone, please feel free to talk over me and introduce yourself. Thanks again for joining us. I'm going to let Jonah and Teresa, who are going to be our rock stars the next couple of days, go ahead and kick things off and introduce us to Crash.
All right. Apologies as I get used to a new system, but like I said, welcome. Good to see everyone here. Glad to kick off this project and kick off this rollout to such a diverse crowd of folks. You know, something we say often internally is that transportation and transportation safety takes a village. It's great to see so many different groups and folks represented here today to start to unpack some of these things and dive into you leveraging the Crash tool to improve safety outcomes across the region. We're really excited to dive into things. No one should have received a login yet, so you're not crazy or your spam filter is not being overly protective. We'll be sending those out in the next couple of minutes. If anyone does not have some kind of authenticator app or something along those lines on their phone, let us know. We can walk you through the process to getting access to something like that. It's required for that multi-factor authentication that we need just kind of across the board for getting access to the tools, just a security feature. That being said, please.
I'll bring it to you.
Got
it.
Okay,
All right.
that's important. This is just a high-level agenda. There'll be some other points where we take small breaks, stretch your legs, get some water, what have you. Always start off with just some welcome introductions, and then we go through an overview of the platform at a very high level. Some of the data findings that we've uncovered as we've explored the data that's been sent to us already. And then we'll dive into the platform. We'll get you all logged in. We'll go through some core functionality, take a break for lunch, then come back to dive into some additional functionality. Tomorrow, we'll go through some of the more kind of advanced workflows within the tool, as well as set aside some time for more of that kind of ad hoc, how do I do X, Y, Z in the tool, mapping current workflows to functionality within the platform. That being said, we like to keep these, trainings extremely conversational. If you have questions at any time, how do I do X, Y, Z? Raise your hand. Let us know. We're happy to dive into some of those different tangents and explore some of those questions with you. Teresa here is also available if you are having trouble with any specific piece of functionality or logging in or what have you. Just kind of raise your hand and she'll come over and can work on some of those small little items with you as well. We already did introductions, but like I said, Jonah McKay, managed customer success initiatives for Citian, have done a number of rollouts, both here in Florida as well as across the country, but excited to take on this region as well. Outside of work, do a fair amount of adventure travel, national parks, that's kind of a thing, live music, cycle a fair amount, and I'm generally a good cook, although I've had some tough meals recently. So we're working on that. We're getting our confidence back. And then Teresa, also on the team. And I'll let you.
Yeah.
Fully.
Nice to meet you all. I am here to assist with Jonah, as he had mentioned. I am newer to the team, so I am mostly fly on the wall, but happy to help as I can. And I honestly am excited to not be in the cold. I know that's kind of a joke because it's cold to you guys, but it is currently 9 degrees in DC. So this is a nice welcome break for us. Otherwise, love to run, love to be outside, and love some rock climbing. So if there's anybody here who'd like that as well, come talk to me. So yeah, excited to meet you all.
Excellent. From a success and support perspective, I think something that we've seen, in former lives in different industries is a team is there that stands up a platform, and then you get transferred to an additional team that is going to manage kind of day-to-day support post-launch. We don't really love that practice. Teresa and I are staying on. We were both deeply involved in the kind of development phase of the crash environment. We're also staying on afterwards. So come to myself, come to Teresa post launch for day-to-day needs, administrative support, getting new users added to the tool, additional training, additional onboarding that you or your teams might need to be successful. As new staff come on board, right? We want to make sure that they get trained as well. And then if you have questions or things that needed to be sent to our engineering or our development team, we'd become the point person for that work as well. There's a number of additional support resources that we'll dive into both within the platform and that will be sent out kind of after the 2-day training period. But we want to make sure that you feel supported every step of the way. Learning a new software can be a daunting process. You're certainly not in it alone. Let us know how we can help. And if you feel like you're walking away from this training like an expert and really empowered to do the work that you need to do within the platform itself. Taking a step back and want to walk you through kind of at a high level what what Crash is, what this environment is designed to do, functionality and data that you'll come to see within the platform itself. Crash is designed to really be a complete traffic safety information center, right? Take data that was historically disparate or historically messy to work with and put it into one centralized resource, right? A hub for certainly crash data, but also the analysis that you're doing of that crash data, reporting that you might be doing with those core data sets alongside a digital twin for mapping purposes. We are leveraging some AI and advanced data analytics to help augment some of the work that you're doing, expedite safety work that you're performing within the platform. But ultimately, the goal is to give you access to really accurate, properly geolocated crash data alongside the insights that you need to automate, expedite safety work that you all are performing on a day-to-day basis. And we'll walk through over the course of the next 2 days all the dynamic dashboards, query, reporting tools. They're going to help you kind of really get in deep and granular with the data across the board. From an administrative perspective, something you all should come to expect within the platform, lifetime software upgrades, right? What's nice about a software as a service tool is that it's pretty easy to quickly roll out functionality, right? We've customized this environment to meet the region's needs, but it is not a bespoke product, which means that as you all submit feature requests, right, or other peer agencies across the United States submit feature requests, as we develop that functionality, we roll it out to everyone. That's not gated by additional purchases or anything like that. Again, we want to make sure everybody has access to the latest and greatest from a best practices and functionality standpoint. You all own all the data. If you want to pull it out at any time, go for it. We don't need to bore you with cybersecurity practices and the routine updates there, but that's tied to some of the multi-factor authentication that we'll get into a little bit later. Something I do like to highlight here is unlimited users per organization. We have really customizable role-based access permissions, right? So if there are additional folks at each of your organizations that would need access to this tool or parts of this tool, let us know. We can start to set up user accounts for those folks as well, right? Whether that's, hey, they need access to all the different parts of the tool in support of their role, or hey, maybe this is a summer intern and we don't want to give them editing crash permissions. We can set that up as well and kind of gatekeep some of those features to keep people focused on what they should be working on. We're here in the live training for all users. If there's additional training needs after this launch, that's something that we'll coordinate, and we'll be happy to kind of continue those conversations. And then obviously 24/7, 365 customer support after the fact as well. Something that we've gone through and done so far is a customize this environment to meet the needs of MetroPlan and needs of the region. That being said, I would be shocked if we didn't walk away from here with additional customizations, additional tailoring, ideas for additional data sets to pull into this tool. Something we do not want for this platform is for it to be static. Your programs are going to grow and change over time. The built environment of this region is going to change over time, right? As new roadway data comes out, certainly as new crash data is being released, we want to make sure we're capturing that within the platform. As you all capture new data sets, we want to make sure we're pulling that in as well, such that this platform can grow alongside you, grow alongside your programs, and doesn't just meet the needs of the region now, but meets the region as it evolves and grows over time. From a functionality perspective, these are the high level, the things we'll be getting into over the course of the next 2 days. We'll talk through our data refinement process, dive into the crash map. That's that digital twin, but also includes things like equity analysis, heat maps, local context overlays. A place where we spend a fair amount of time is developing custom queries. I think that'll be something that a lot of folks in this room leverage with some frequency. So we spend some time within that piece of the tool. a variety of pre-built and custom dashboards, things like benchmarking and spatial statistics, HSIP and SHSP support a dashboard that highlights outcomes for vulnerable road users. We'll spend time there, as well as teach you all how to create your own dashboards within the tool to focus and prioritize outcomes that you're exploring with custom queries. We'll walk through our Analyze Areas tool, which is more of kind of a spatial search tool, before and after studies, collision diagrams, automated fact sheets, and then we'll also walk through the review crashes functionality, which helps add that kind of manual layer to improving crash data quality across the region. Something we like to touch on early on in the conversation is what data is being brought into the tool. So right now, we have a little over 500,000 crashes from 2018 to 2025. All that's in the tool. That data was sourced from Signal 4, which I'm sure everyone here is familiar with. We were also able to pull in and use about 116,000 narratives, map those to the proper crashes, use those in our refinement algorithms. You'll see those for crashes from 2024 up through the back end of 2025. We also pulled in a fair amount of jurisdictional data layers. These are going to help you sort and query and slice and dice crash data within the platform. Right now, those layers are cities and counties, commissioner districts, and tribal blocks. Now, for each of these, we've sourced that either from some of the open data portals across the region. Some of this is coming from FDOT. Some of this was sent over by Laura and team. We also have a number of local context data sets, not just the freight network. We have transit stations, bicycle lanes, bridges, bus stops, EMS stations and healthcare facilities, parks and trails. And we'll walk through how to access and leverage those within the tool in just a couple of minutes. So something we talk about or like to walk through early on is how is Citian's crash data refinement process. A big goal with any deployment of this software is improving the quality of crash data across the board. We use a number of different inputs to do that, to properly locate crashes in in the proper lane, in the the right direction, given the correct crash type. What we're using here on the crash data side is crash narratives, as well as cross street names, directions of vehicle 1, vehicle 2, collision type, a lat long that's available. We're marrying that up with GIS data that's been provided to us, right? So center lines, street names, cardinal directions for different roadways, and operational directions, the number of lanes, all that gets married up. We extract those attributes from narratives, geocode, to the proper cross streets, and then use all that to properly refine a location based on collision type, based on intersection segment location. This photo here, you can start to see, right, we're pulling crashes that were previously just snapped to a center line into proper lanes, proper directions. So it's a little bit more useful for you all from an exploration perspective. Any questions on this part before we continue diving into data? All right. So at a high level, some interesting findings from our data refinement process. Like I said, we received a little over 500,000 crashes from 2018 to the present, or close to the present, as with Signal 4's delays, as well as those narratives. Identified a little over 500 duplicate crash records within that data set, which isn't huge, but is certainly something that could potentially skew some data. Those are records that are in the same place at the same time. and we go through and pull out those so that you're not, double counting anything. We've also gone through and assigned a collision type to 99.4% of crashes. So almost all we're able to use things like the first harmful event, manner of crash, travel direction, maneuver fields, what have you, to assign that collision type as well. From a location refinement perspective, sometimes we say refinement and people think that we're drastically changing the locations of crashes. What we find is that generally, no, we're not doing anything too dramatic, but again, trying to place it in the proper quadrant, proper lane, better locate some of these things. A little over 20%, we didn't feel the need to relocate at all. About 75% of crashes were slightly relocated, right? That's between 10 feet and 150 feet, right? So maybe, from where the squad car that was, recorded that information of the crash to the actual site of that crash itself. Things like that, or properly putting in the correct quadrant of an intersection. And only about 4.6% of crashes were relocated more than 150 feet. Improvements to the data, but we're not seeing dramatic changes to the vast majority of the crash data that you all are used to seeing. Any questions here? All right. We're going to dive into the tool in just a second, but want to kind of double tap on a couple of things here. First and foremost, we don't expect customization to end today, right? Again, if there are additional feedback we received during training, hey, it would be great to pull this data set in. Can I do X, Y, Z? Let us know. We can have that conversation and talk about how to bring some of those pieces into the platform. Again, we want to make sure we're customizing this to you, not only for today, but for the future as well. Post-training, we'll send out some printed training materials. We have kind of ad hoc videos, as well as in-platform training guidance. Really, let us know what kind of your learning style is, and we have some resources that cater to that. We want to make sure that, again, you all are trained up, feeling empowered and dangerous within the platform, but also if there's additional team members that come on, that they're feeling the same. And then we'll talk through submitting tickets, how to get access to data within the platform, or export data from the system. But you have access to myself, to Teresa, to the rest of the Citian's client support team after the launch, as well as access to our data engineering software development leadership. If you have ideas, right? How do we expand the software to make it more useful? If there's functionality that you all would find valuable that's missing, we want to hear about that. And then always happy to do some of that one-on-one live virtual training as well. This is more so for the Metro Plan team, but ongoing, we'll have more so kind of quarterly account team meetings, checking in, making sure we're continuing to meet your goals, ad hoc support calls whenever you like, technical webinars, and then obviously as the platform grows, access to new updates and features as those come out. All right. Start to share platform. Have those emails been sent?
He's working.
Okay. All right. So you all should start to see some emails trickle through. Those are going to prompt you to change your password and log in to the tool. So those should be rolling out in the next couple of minutes. You can follow those directions to get access. We find it, it's often additive to just follow along on your laptops or whatever, you all have brought. Possible to mirror this screen here at all. as we start to explore the tool, would be interested to hear from folks in the room if there's specific functionality that you all are anticipating will be really valuable to you kind of in your day-to-day roles. I want to make sure that the things that you all are anticipating a lot of use of, that we're spending the proper time on those pieces of functionality. Is there anything that folks are specifically excited for or anticipate using a fair amount? Thank you. I will ask you, if you're going to chime in, to just hit your microphone so our friends
All right.
online can see.
Okay, great. I'll repeat myself. Yeah. Just honestly, yeah, utilization of AI to better identify the actual location of a crash. I know we have to clean up the data quite frequently with what's directly pulled from Signal 4. So anything that could assist and expedite that process would be really awesome.
Absolutely. And frankly, to take a kind of historical look, that specific frustration is really why Citian came into being. It was like a group of engineers, much like yourselves, who spent far too much time manually cleaning up data and said, there is an easier way to do this, right? And so happy to dive into some of those pieces. Something we'll walk through is there are going to be times when our algorithms are not super confident, right, in what to do with a crash for many reasons. Maybe it's just a lack of data. The system flags that for you, right? Maybe there are contradictions within a crash report itself, right? It's being labeled as sideswipe same direction, but each vehicle is listed as moving in opposite directions, right? Those two things can't be true. If there's not the narrative is then sometimes used to make that kind of determination, right? If that narrative exists, right, because it's written with a little bit more intention than filling out the form, right? That's often kind of that third source of truth that we'll go to. But this system will flag that for you and saying, hey, for X, Y, Z reasons, we're slightly less confident in this crash, and maybe it does need that engineer's touch, does need that manual review, so that we're not being overly confident in some of the automated pieces here. we can start to dive in as those emails come out. If you still don't see them the next 10 minutes, let me know.
Invites should be going out now.
One update, Rachel just helped us all out. Now you could actually get to what's on the big screens on your Taden with the monitor that's in front of you. If you hit enter, let me see if I can do this. I think it's enter and then VOD and then HDMI 1. It'll mirror what's on the screens if you want a closer view.
But yeah, those emails should be going out as we speak, but we'll keep things going.
Just make sure everybody has it to link the MFA.
All right. So when we log into the tool, you're going to be prompted with this crash button here. There's some admin tools that you'll have access to as well with the proper permissions. But the website that we're going to across the board is Citian.app, and recommend that folks favorite, bookmark, star that, however you manage the tools that you leverage. And then once we click on this crash button here, we're taken to crash.citian.app.
Quick question. Is there a preferred browser for that? I know some platforms prefer Google versus Edge.
Yeah, so we're in Edge today. Typically I use Chrome, but if you use, whether you use Firefox or Safari or Edge, it should work across the board. If you're trying to access dashboards on like an iPad or something like that, sometimes it displays a little bit funkily, but we actually have an impending release that should fix that for you as well. But generally browser agnostic. If you're using something super crazy out there, let us know. We can work on bringing that to full support. I generally use Chrome across the board. When we log into the tool and realize that folks are still going to get those emails, what have you, the first page that we're presented with is our dashboards. Oh, this all came out? Okay. All right. We'll give folks a few minutes to work through that process. All right. I think we're going to come back together.
All right, we're gonna get
I
started.
think we're gonna get started again. I know that a few folks here are still waiting on emails. A couple folks are dealing with some authentication errors. Appreciate everyone's patience on those pieces. What we typically do is take a break at maybe the 45-minute mark. Grab some water, stretch your legs, what have you. And for those of you that are still having access issues, we'll pull you aside and we'll connect you with someone on our engineering team, and we'll troubleshoot that individually at that point. But just in the interest of making the most of all of our time, and certainly the folks that are just sitting on on a Zoom call and looking at us milling around, we can dive into the platform and start to tee up some of the more kind of core functionality here. For those of you that have not been able to log in, you can watch my screen. Others invite you to follow along. We find that's a really useful way and a good way to gain familiarity with the system. When you log into Crash, if you have the permissions, this is the page that you should be seeing. What we tee up for you all are our dashboards, first and foremost. A little bit later today, we'll dive into how to leverage all these dashboards fully, how to edit and manipulate this page so that it displays information that you're most concerned about first when you log in. That being said, it's not the best place to start when learning the new tool. So I think the place that we want to direct you to will be over here on the left-hand column. This is how we access all the different functionality within the platform. We broadly categorize tools under the headings of investigate, analyze, design, and review. The place we're going to start today is under investigate, and I'm going to direct you all to the crash map functionality here on the left. Excellent. So you should start to see this environment populate depending on your Zoom level. It occupies more or less of your screen. Before we start to explore this map, I will draw your attention to this About section here in the bottom left. If you ever want to get a sense of how many crashes are in the system, what the date of the most current crash in the platform is, this is the place to take a look, right? Hey, what is the total available data within the tool? If you want to look at version history, right, see release notes, you can look at that as well. And then we have, you can take a look, if you're really wanting to get granular, we have a data quality report that you can start to take a look at as well, that highlights or flags any kind of discrepancies or oddities we find in the data. Also in the bottom left, and you'll see this really throughout the tool as well, is a little question mark help icon. If I click on that, and you'll see this throughout the tool, you're going to see and be brought to kind of the in-tool help section.
You're unmuted, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry.
The in-tool help section, it should show you, high level. Hey, what's the tool that you're on? How do we anticipate you leveraging this tool? Are there any, specific, for using the search bar, right? You can also search by lat long. This is, how you do that. Symbology, what have you. This is also where we invite you to submit like a ticket, whether that's a bug that you're finding in the system or maybe that's a feature request. What this does, if I fill this out, give some helpful context, right? Hey, what am I expecting to see here? What's actually happening? Give us some information on the issue so our engineering team can better triage it. You can upload a file here.
Is this where you would also submit if you find an error in the data?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So all those things, submit them through this kind of workflow. You'll see these help icons throughout the tool, but like to highlight it early. If there's any other information here, but I click submit. And in about 10 seconds, you'll hear my phone go off. You'll probably hear Teresa's phone go off. It gets sent to the customer success team We triage that, right? Is this something that, can be solved through a phone call and some education, right? We need to just, work with you to better leverage the tool. Or is this something that, needs to be sent to the engineering team to fix? Or maybe this is a feature request, right? And we want to, dive into, all right, how would we implement this in a way that's going to be most useful or fulfill your goals? All right. Close that out. But going back to the main map, this is often where I like to start, covers kind of core functionality, core symbology, a place that I think is really useful for just getting familiar with the platform overall. We view the map as more so as a place for open exploration of the platform, right? Scrolling around, panning and zooming across the region to really start to investigate crashes, right? What are patterns and kind of diverse data sets. What you'll see from a symbology perspective, each dot here is a crash. By default, we're showing, I believe, the last 5 calendar years of crash data within the platform. Each of these dots is a crash. We default to CABCO severity, but if you want to even simplify it further, blue dots are those PDO crashes, yellow dots are injury crashes, red dots are fatal crashes. If I click on any of these dots, I'm given a high-level overview of what happened in this crash, right? When did it occur? What type of crash? What was the weather at the time of the crash? Was someone speeding? Was this a DUI? If a narrative is available, I can view the narrative here as well. This is also where I can go and see this full crash report within the tool itself. This is true of any crash across the platform. You can click on any of these and we're brought right to it. If I click on full report, we're going to be taken to a new tab within crash, so we don't lose our place over here. And now we're looking specifically at this crash's profile page. Something that's unique about the platform and hopefully allows for easier collaboration across teams is that every single crash within the crash system, every single intersection, and every single segment has its own unique profile page with a unique URL that brings you to that page. So what that means is that if Teresa and I are working on or looking into this crash, whether we're sitting next to each other or one of us is working from home, I can send this link to her and she's going to be brought to this exact same page. We're looking at the exact same data. I'm not telling her to go to this corner and click on this crash and use this filter every single time. And that's the same for crash profiles, segment profiles, intersection profiles as well, which we'll get into a little bit later today. This kind of overview page shows high-level information, how many people were involved, how many vehicles, right? What was the CABCO severity, weather at the time of crash, first harmful event. As we continue across the top here, we also have a number of other pages. Maybe we want kind of the full information from that crash report. Crash info is going to contain all of that tied to the crash event itself. You can see original crash ID, location, conditions information, people and vehicle information. We can also see, right, did anybody edit this crash, right? Did someone manipulate it, after it's been inputted in the system, what have you. Something that's also I like to point out is you'll see this little icon here next to fields that an algorithm has touched, right? So it looks like we adjusted the azimuth of this crash. We identified that this crash is related to this intersection. Each of those determined by an algorithm, but we are going to highlight that we did that manipulation or that field was generated by us and is not something that appeared on the original report. Looks like this crash does not have a narrative, but we'll find one that does and show you what that looks like. We allow you to both contain the police narrative here, but if you also wanted to put in like an engineer narrative, or if you had some notes about a crash, we allow you to drop those in to the crash profile page as well. As I continue here, we have information about the persons who were involved in this, event factors, outcomes, what have you, for each passenger and driver. If I scroll back up, we also have that same information, right, about the vehicles that were involved as well. As you click through, take note of what fields are populated, right? Each field that's populated is something that can be queried for later on. Obviously, if we don't have data, it's hard to query for it in the first place, but each of these fields are things that we can start to dive into a little bit later within that query tool, and again, get really granular across the platform. We don't have any like diagrams or sketches from the data right now. If you wanted to upload your own, you certainly could. Similarly, if there was additional kind of documentation that you wanted to upload, store, or tie to a specific crash, that can be done and uploaded here within the tool as well. I think there's maybe a hard file size limit, but it really just prevents you from like uploading like a full-length movie into the platform. So I don't expect anybody to run up against any of those hard limits.
Very much outsourced from someone else. So if I were to upload something into the system, does someone else also see what I've uploaded, or is that just for me?
Correct. Yeah, so they'd be able to see if they had the permissions to do so. I believe everyone is being added here across the board at kind of the basic user level, and we can adjust those if need be, and then certainly, you know, can map out so that everybody has access to the functionality they need. We can reduce like those permissions for certain folks, but generally, if it's tied to the crash, most folks will be able to see it at that basic user level. Great question. Anything else while we're on this profile page? Right.
Does it have
we can start to
specific for
see
the
activity
type of
tied
car?
to this crash, right? So maybe we add, you know, maybe we did add, you know, a document here, or someone slightly changed the location, right? Hey, you know, I went back, you know, I reviewed, you know, I have access to the narrative through a different system. This actually occurred, you know, slightly, you know, further up the road or in a different lane. You make those adjustments. The system is going to track those changes over time, so you can start to see that kind of full life cycle for the data. You can also see if this was tied to a collision diagram or something like that, which we'll dive into a little bit later on over the course of the training. We'll close out of that individual report.
I see that you have two different injury scales, just a simplified scale and the capital scale. Is there an option to use, sometimes you look at Signal 4, they have like the B injuries and C injuries are kind of combined, and they only have four fields. Is that an option? Because I know a lot of times when you're doing like a benefit cost analysis, usually they'll use the one where it has the 4 injury scale. So is that an option?
So right now, that's not an option, but that's a perfect example of like agency workflow that our team all the time that we love. I'm messing up. That's a great question. It's a perfect example of something where if you have a workflow, or if there is a specific categorization that you use all the time to complete, again, like essential workflows for your org, let us know, because that's a pretty simple thing to implement, right? We already have the full Capco here. You know, we're just essentially adding 2 columns in the database together to get to that next level. Right now, you're exactly correct, and maybe that's a perfect segue to talk through some of the different you know, views that we have here. We default to full Capco severity, but if you want to see that kind of simplified version, you have access to that as well. I'll zoom in so things populate a little bit more. We can also take a look at weather, right? start to get a sense of weather at time of crash, collision type. So now we have a high level kind of collision diagram across the entire region. Can also start to look at crash location, right? And so what this is identifying is, you know, are these crashes tied to segments or intersections, or is this a non-roadway crash, right? Something that's happening in a parking lot or what have you. Go back to Capco severity here. On the map itself, as I zoom in, you'll see that data is going to start to kind of populate a little bit more detail. You also see that we have kind of these 3D buildings that pop in as well. If I hold my right mouse button down, I can start to change the pitch and the angle of the view. Sometimes useful for exploring, can be useful with the 3D buildings to get a sense of, like, you know, what is kind of the density of this space, right? Are there sightline considerations that might, you know, factor in to specific crashes. We can also turn on satellite view and get a sense, right, of what do these, you know, real streets look like. I'd have to double check when the satellite imagery was taken. If you all have specific satellite imagery for the region that's maybe more recent than what's on, you know, like Google Maps or Mapbox, let us know. We can import that imagery and leverage it across the tool.
With the crashes displayed, I noticed that it's not moving. So the crashes displayed is for the polygon, not for the view itself, right?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
So the crashes displayed that's at the bottom of the crash legend, the 305,000. Is
Correct.
that for the polygon that you selected, not for the view that you have zoomed in?
Exactly.
That's correct.
Yeah. Go back to this default view here. We do have a number of other kind of ways of starting to just manipulate the map here. Obviously, plus and minus here, going to zoom in, zoom out. If we ever get totally turned around, we can reset to true north just by clicking that. Clicking this home button will take us back to kind of an original center for the map itself. And then we also have this screenshot button that's going to take an image of the currently displayed map on screen. So if I click this screenshot, that's going to download. Let's open that up. Where'd that go? Sorry, not my usual computer. There we go. So there's that image that I just took. Took me a second to get there, just from a navigation perspective, but that screenshot tool we see folks using pretty frequently for, you know, expediting, you know, mapping, or maybe we're preparing a report or deliverable. It's a quick way to just generate an image from within the tool, and easier to, you know, generate something that's maybe a little bit more dynamic than this one here.
I know the crashes are sourced from Signal 4, but how often are they updated in the system? If it goes into Signal 4, is it automatically updated here, or you guys have to push that through?
So that's something we need to push through, and something that, frankly, we can have a conversation about, that frequency. You know, is that something where, I mean, obviously Signal 4 is a little bit in arrears just due to state law, but is that something that we're updating bi-weekly for folks? Do you need timely access? Is that a monthly cadence? I think that's something we're interested in hearing from you as to kind of how frequently you'd like things updated. Right now, it is a relatively manual workflow to pull things from Signal 4, pull things out of Signal 4 in the first place. It's automated, once we get access to that data itself. So that's one consideration in our mind, but we're interested to hear from folks in this room, frankly, of how timely data is for you all.
Yeah, definitely would like to hear thoughts, and keeping in mind that Signal 4 itself is about 90 days back. So they have probably towards mid-November 2025
Yeah.
data available now.
For other groups that we work with in Florida, we update monthly. And like the first of the month kind of a thing.
I'm at intersection 13691.
Okay.
And it's telling me that it had 11 crashes and that it's tied for 26 among 137 intersections in Lake Mary, but the intersection is actually in Oviedo. Well, how did it grab that city?
So it's assigning an intersection to a jurisdiction that it probably shouldn't be a part of. Is that the question?
Tell me one more time. Sorry.
So you're looking at a specific intersection. I'm happy to dive into this in one-on-one as well. You said it's assigned to a specific jurisdiction that it might not be a part of.
Right.
Okay. That's a good flag.
Could be the reporting agency. If a different officer showed up.
I don't know, because Lake Mary is way out. It's not even close to Oviedo.
Okay. If you want to drop that intersection in the chat, we'll take a look and see what might be going on.
Oh, they're not on the Zoom.
Oh, they're not on the Zoom.
What was that number again? 13?
13691.
All right, we'll take a look.
It's just the intersection of the entrance of my neighborhood, so I was trying to see if they
That's
had this one
that's
crash
fair.
where the teenager
That is
blew
the
away
very
the
common
car.
workflow is log into the tool and look up your own address, which I wish I hadn't done for my neighborhood in DC, but but yeah, let's take a look at that and we'll investigate that.
How about the summary is done by them?
All right. Staying here on the kind of main map, I'm going to free up a little bit of space for us. Over here on the left, we have a variety of filters that we can start to apply to the data itself. If we, maybe are not interested in looking at all the different crashes across the entire region, maybe we're only interested in Ks and As, I can add those filters, click apply, and then the map is going to filter down to just those crashes. Please.
Okay, I was actually using the filters, and I don't see a specific filter to just identify crashes that involve pedestrians or bicyclists. I know it's in the query function, but I don't see it there.
So what I would look at there is just this VRU involved filter. So that would be any vulnerable road user, that would be a cyclist, that would be a pedestrian.
Yes, is there a way to filter by only pedestrians or bicyclists? That will be a good function to have.
Yeah, so that's something that is easy to set up on the query side, and we'll walk through that in a second.
Okay.
This is maybe getting ahead of our skis a little bit. There's also ways to pull in data that you've queried for into this main map for full functionality as well.
In the vulnerable road users filter, do you include pedestrians, bicyclists, and motorcycles, or just pedestrians and bicyclists?
Pedestrians and cyclists.
Okay.
Yep. If that's a definition that you want to widen, let's have that conversation. That's in the space of customization that we could look at.
In our Vision Zero action plan development, we included the motorcycles.
Okay. Excellent.
I have a question from the chat. I wanted to know, is there anything that can filter based on the high injury network?
We know your high injury network is, yeah.
Okay, we haven't already provided that to you. I will
Yeah.
make sure we do that.
Check like the other ones, like the KBCO, like sometimes I don't care about pedestrians practically.
Mhm.
You could, so that they can hear them. Just the middle, yeah. It'll turn red. You don't need to, just if you click the middle button there, just so they can hear you.
I was just saying if we're gonna add motorcycles to vulnerable road users, it'd be helpful if that was a selection
Mhm.
to fill, like the way you showed the KBCO, you had K and A selected and you left the rest. So
Mhm. Yeah, a
ped or
multi-select
bike,
option for
multi-select,
what
yes.
we're defining as a vulnerable road user. Yeah, that's a great idea. And I think even within the query tool for both of you, there's going to be some ways to get to those answers that you're looking for immediately, and then we can talk about how to get to a quick filter for some of these things. So a number of filters here, invite you to kind of explore there. The default date range on the map is always going to be this prior 5 calendar years. We also have a number of other kind of default ranges. Most recent year of data, current year to date, prior calendar year, prior 5, prior 10, entire range of data that's within the tool. Prior 10 might suggest not using because we don't have data from 2016 and 2017 in here right now, although easy to add if need be. We also allow you, instead of using a preset date range, to use a custom date range. Right, put in the exact dates, you know, a full month or a 6-month period that you're interested in. We also have the ability, and we use this a little bit more sometimes in the creation of dashboards, is a from date, right? So choose a date to start with, and it's going to pull everything from that date to the most recent crash in the system. We'll talk about that a little bit more when we get to kind of saving queries, but that's one we point you to if you're building out a dashboard that you want to continue to be current every single time that you pull data from the tool. We also have a number of different map layers here, different ways of visualizing data across the system. Right now, we have crash locations on. Maybe I'm interested in getting kind of a high-level collision diagram. If I turn on collision types here and then start to zoom in, you'll see that these crashes transform into the actual icons for the type of crash that it was. So you have a high-level collision diagram for every crash, really across the entire region. That can be useful, especially if you're taking screenshots or exploring at a high level what might be going on. Are we seeing, you know, certain types of crashes stacking up in different locations? That being said, not always ideal if you have a busy intersection. You sometimes get this kind of spaghetti mess, and we'll talk about some ways to sift through the noise for some of these things. What we also have here is a heat map. I'll zoom out. So it's a little bit more useful. Right now, the default here is crash count, but maybe we want to look specifically at crash severity. We can also play around with the scale here, right, to make sure that this is useful at different zoom levels. Again, for the entire region, right, this, not that useful. Let's tweak this down so that, you know, I can start to get a better sense of where some hotspots are across the region. As I zoom in, right, starting to not become useful again. Let's turn that heat up. Something we push people to when they're using the heat map is a temporal kind of analysis here, right? How did this, in this case, crash count, how does this change over time? If I click this little clock in the bottom right, we can select really the temporal window that we want to focus on here. Maybe that's hour of the day, maybe that's day of the week, or month of the year, or year over year. We can start to look at some trends there. Let's get hour for now. We'll tweak this slightly up, click play. And what you can do is start to see trends and crash patterns, right? Where are hotspots at certain times of day? How do these develop over the course of a week? We sometimes see this feature being used on the enforcement side for where do I deploy my limited assets when, right? So that I can target specific types of crashes or target specific locations at, times of day or times of the week where we historically know that there are, a higher number of crashes occurring in a specific place.
I have a question.
I'm okay. How about you?
How do you set what the starting hour, day, month is in this temporal view?
So this is across all the data that's currently kind of being filtered for, right? So right now we're looking at prior 5 years. And then if I wanted to
So
pause,
over this prior 5 years, this is like sort of an average?
correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah. So of all the crashes that occur at, within that 7 o'clock hour, where are those occurring?
Okay.
And then we can kind of do the same thing, right? If we want to look at like month of the year, maybe we're seeing crashes, of people, going certain places at different times of year, right? There's a mall that has a really great, Santa exhibit, and we see
Right.
crashes
So you could
on
say
the way
just,
there.
just during the month of December, what did that look like on average?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. Year-over-year trends. Less applicable to Florida, but sometimes, we see that, when it comes to like weather or things like that. I'll be interested to see if we see similar data from you all that we see for other groups in Florida where, as soon as October, November hits and things start getting cold in the north, crashes spike just due to snowbirds and the like. Any questions here on the heat map before I continue on? Please.
I know this is geared towards the metropolitan area, but if someone want to check another area, are we allowed to do that here, or?
So you have with the permissions that have been assigned out, and maybe you have some thoughts on this, you have access to all the data that's in the system today. So when you're doing filtering or when you're going in and exploring your specific jurisdiction, those are filters you'll need to apply so that you can really hone in on that specific area.
Yeah, the data is available for the entire 3-county region, urbanized area or rural.
Speaking of data, is there personally identifiable information here? Like if we download something, is that something we need to redact if we get a public records request?
There should be no PII anywhere in the system. If you spot a narrative where something has slipped through both the Signal 4 and Citian cracks, like let us know. We want to redact that. We want to trim that out. And we have algorithms on our side, and I know they have some on their side to strip some of that information out. But that's a place where, if that one crash in 1,000 comes through, we want to be aware of that so we can improve our own, algorithm and strip some of those things out. But there should not be any PII or what is not already accessible public information within the tool itself. Excellent. All right, continuing here, we'll go through the rest of these kind of crash history components before taking a quick break just to stretch folks' legs. Gentleman over here was talking about segments and intersections a second ago. One way we can access and start to look at that kind of segment intersection level is by turning on these toggles here. By default, it's looking at crash rate, but maybe we're interested just in the number of crashes per segment or crashes per intersection. We can start to see the density for these segments and intersections as we scroll across the map. Much like crashes, if I click on, there we go, a specific intersection, we're going to be given a high-level overview, right, of what might be going on here, right, within the last 5 years, how many crashes occurred at, this Park Seminole intersection, right? How many of those were, PDO versus injury versus fatal? I can go specifically to an intersection profile page here. We'll dive into this a little bit later, but explore that and dive into that information in a little bit more detail. I can also do the same for any of these segments as well. If I just want to look at segments within a certain percentile, I can click on this, and it's going to filter down to just segments or intersections that meet those criteria.
How does it define segments? Is it from signalized intersection to signalized intersection, or how does it define?
Great question. So within urban areas, it's generally intersection to intersection is how we define a segment. In more rural spaces, it's generally mile length segments. And then intersections are relatively easy to define.
Yeah, along that same lines, how does it define an intersection crash? Within what distance of the intersection? And if we're in like a central business district or a really dense part of the city, is there any overlap between the intersections?
So there will not be overlap between intersections. What you will see sometimes in really dense areas is that there aren't a lot of segment crashes because intersections are kind of dominating that space. The area of influence for each intersection is something that we have within the tool. If those two areas of influence abut each other, it splits, it kind of splits the difference between those two intersections. That's something that you can see within the tool now. If I go to customizations, areas of influence, like these are kind of for each of the different kind of intersection or interchange control types. Like for each of these, we can start to customize what that area of influence is. A lot of these, it looks like our system defaults, but if we want to insert customization here, pull in specific numbers that you all have used in previous reporting, this is something we can customize and rerun the pipeline, and it would adjust.
Does your team control these customizations, or can users update them? And if we can update them, do they remain? Or do you have to do it every time you go in?
So this is something where, I have permissions just because I'm on the Citian side. Admin level users would have the ability to edit those permissions. Not every single person in this room has that ability. My understanding is that when you put in like a new value here, it doesn't update until we rerun the pipeline, which we generally do overnight. But if you wanted that to be done more quickly, you would let us know, and we would push that pipeline run for you. The general idea is that we're not like we're setting up area of influence to kind of be an expected value across the system and not something that we're tweaking, on a day-by-day cadence. But we can have some conversations about what these defaults should be, and we're eager to hear folks' thoughts on all that.
Yeah, the maps are really nice. Is it easy to create a PDF of them?
Of the actual map here itself?
Yeah.
What I push you to is just taking a screenshot. That takes a PNG screenshot of the current view of the map. There are a couple of other places where we can start to export diagrams and export charts and those sorts of things. If there are specific views that you would like or think would be a good thing to just export as a PDF or something along those lines, would be eager to hear kind of where those spaces are within the tool. Something we'll get to a little bit later today is our reporting functionality, and we have some fact sheets in there that will allow you to essentially generate kind of quick summaries, quick fact sheets for specific, at the kind of jurisdictional level to highlight statistics and those sorts of things as well, which can be useful and a big time saver. All right. Well, it is 10:50. I think I promised everybody a 15-minute break at 10:45, so I've already stolen a couple minutes of your time. Let's come back here at 11:05 to dive back into the tool. If anyone is kind of continuing to have some issues with logging in, come up here to the front. Teresa and I will plug in with the engineering team, and we'll do some individualized triage of that. But yeah, thanks for your time and attention so far this morning, and we'll regroup in 15.
And those of you on the virtual side, if you're still having issues, if you could just put your hand up. I think I have a list of everyone online, but please put your hand up if you still can't get in.
All right. As we start to dive back into the platform, is there anyone who still has not received even an email from us? Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Even if you want to go sit over there. All right. Excellent. Well, I hope everyone is coming back refreshed. I know a few more of you were able to log on, which is great. We can kind of continue to follow along as we kind of wrap up our exploration of the kind of main crash map tool. In about an hour, we'll break for lunch, and then we'll come back and we'll dive into queries and dashboards and some other kind of core functionality that I expect people will be spending a fair amount of time within. Let's get back to the screen. There we go. As we start to take a look at the full map, we know that not everybody in this room needs to take a full region-wide look at the data. So we've pulled in a fair amount of jurisdictional data sets that are going to help you scale down a little bit, start to better look into data that fits jurisdictions that you care about, that you're responsible for, what have you. So we have cities and counties, we have the full MPO, obviously, and then we've also pulled in commissioner districts for Orlando, as well as the counties, school districts as well. So as I start to zoom in, you can start to see where these, in this case, city boundaries exist. Something that we know changes over time are city boundaries, right? So as acquisitions happen, let us know what those are, so we can start to update these boundaries and make sure that these continue to stay up to date with kind of the evolving ground truth that you all are dealing with. So over here, what's nice for each of these is that if I click on this region itself, we'll look at Winter Park here. The system is going to give you a high-level summary of crashes within that region. So I can quickly get a sense of how many crashes occurred in Winter Park. What percentage of those are each of the different Cabco flavors here. We can start to investigate that a little bit more. We also can start to get a sense of when are we seeing a lot of these crashes, right? Is this fairly evenly distributed, or are we seeing spikes late at night or at the afternoon kind of commute? And start to dive into some of those things as well. Another piece here, and this is iconography you're going to see really throughout the tool, are these kind of three lines. We call this a hamburger icon. If you click on this, it's going to allow you to download this chart to place in a document, whether that's a PowerPoint or you're making a report or something like that. I know that I've certainly spent more than my fair share of time trying to wrangle things in Excel to make it look pretty for an export, and this saves a fair amount of time for some of that. If you don't like the black background, we can play around with the text colors here. Let's change away from night mode, give it a title, update the file name. If we want to say this is a different file type, I can start to make this larger or smaller as an image. I'll click download, and much like that map screenshot that we took earlier, here's now that image as a PNG ready for to be dropped in whatever presentations that you might be working on. Oh, I broke it. Not within that view itself. Let's see here, content. Not within this view here. If you want to do multiple jurisdictions, we can do that in queries, and that's going to give you a whole host of other diagrams and charts that you can take a look at. This is more so just a quick snapshot. You know, constituent calls you, want to get a sense of, you know, safety within my, you know, my city or my neighborhood or what have you. Right, the commissioner districts are in there for the same reason of, you know, an elected calls you, you know, give me a high level snapshot of traffic safety. Boom, 2 clicks, we can give that answer, right? If we want to dive in a little bit further, start to combine different jurisdictions or filter the data so it's, you know, not just not everything. Maybe we're only interested in Ks and As. Query tools where we'd start to do some of that investigation, and that's going to give you a lot of the same functionality that we're talking about here, from being able to export results and dive into the data. We can also just export all the data that's being currently selected, right? Maybe I just want these tables, right, or just a high-level export of all the Winter Park crash data. I can click Export Table here, pull that out, and use it. So we have cities, we have counties here as well, commissioner districts. Each of these is going to function in that same way. There are additional jurisdictional data sets that would be useful for the region to pull in. Let us know. These are pretty simple things for us to update. I'm going to turn those off for now. Please.
With the when you go to the crash map, what analysis period does it default to?
So the base crash map is going to default to the prior 5 calendar years.
Okay.
Yep. But we can change that if we want to shift what that view is.
Got
it. Under segments, if you turn that on, I'm looking at a couple roads and I see it pulls up a segment as red. I see 1 crash right next to another one. I see there's no crashes on it. But then below it on another similar road, there's 2 crashes and that's yellow instead of red. So I'm not sure, like, how is that figuring out?
Yeah, so it's using percentiles to kind of create that distribution. Right, white would be 0 to 20, light yellow is 20 to 40. Are you looking at it from a crashes per segment or a crash rate, or is there a specific, like, what's the
crash rate?
Okay, yeah, that's something that I looked at as well. Even just like doing some QA/QC for this environment, I was like, I wouldn't expect that all the highways would show up as, like, you know, lower. That being said, because it's crash rate, there's so many vehicles going through. That's maybe something where, you know, ADT or something like that is becoming involved.
And where are you pulling that traffic volume data from?
Great question.
The AAD that we have.
Yeah. So that was provided by MetroPlan.
All right.
I'll just piggyback off of what Lenny said. I think the same thing is happening for the intersection analysis as well there. Yeah.
Of just is that
Yeah, it
direct
doesn't
ADT
seem like the actual number of crashes that I get that it could be a percentile, but is really reflecting a higher incidence of crashes based off of the color scale you have there.
Okay.
And then I noticed one other thing, if you could model this, let's filter to just fatal crashes and zoom out to the whole map. And just, I think it's just in the scaling, the way you have things appear. So on the crash legend, it will show that there's like the 2,000 some odd, fatalities. You can see here, I feel like as a user, it's really hard to zoom in quickly where those are happening because there's only like 10 dots on the map.
Yeah.
And when you zoom in, it is starting to show those records. The records are there, and it's doing the same, actually turn on the heat map. It's doing the same thing with the heat map. So I don't know if in the way that you're displaying the data, we could still have the heat map reflected at that larger scale as a user.
There's also a difference in crashes. On this page, 2054, but on the main summary, on the legend, it says 1270.
Where main summary?
Like the main page where it has a little legend on the top right and shows you PDO, possible injuries, suspected minor, where it says fatal injuries, 0.4% for our region. And then click on that map.
Is that a dashboard that you're looking at? Sorry.
Oh, I can.
With that legend.
Mhm.
If I click on that one. Where's the, oh, it's that. It says 1,274 for fatal.
Interesting. That's useful to know.
But if you look up there, it says 2054.
For crashes displayed.
Yeah.
Interesting. I wonder if a date filter is being applied. I will investigate that for you. Yeah, what was the date range that you're using?
I didn't change it.
You haven't changed it?
Nope.
Okay.
Whatever. I just came on, clicked on crash map. So you're
Yeah.
also touchscreen if you want. No. It's horrible when you point to something and forget.
That's interesting. Let me take a look. I'll chat with our engineering team.
I only
I'm gonna
saw
guess that filter is being applied either appropriately or inappropriately at some level.
Yeah, I only saw that because I was looking because like our Vision Zero, I thought the numbers were different, but I was like, Vision Zero was 2018 to 22. This is 5 years back. So that's
Mhm.
your phone.
Yeah, let me take a look into why that might be happening, but I think I can replicate that on our end. There's a question about data representation on the map. And you're exactly right in the sense that as I zoom in, you're going to see crashes essentially pop in. That's partially due to how the system loads data. If we loaded all of the data at once, the system would be really slow to generate any maps to the point of like, it's maybe a bad user experience to load for like a minute and a half before you log in. So at different kind of zoom scales, you'll see those kind of crashes pop in. That being said, it's designed to be representative at these higher zooms, right? So where you're seeing density is a result of more crashes occurring of that type occurring in a specific area, which is also true on the heat map as well. If that's useful. And there certainly is interplay in terms of like, hey, I'd like more data to load at certain zooms, and I'm okay with sacrificing, time to load from a user experience, and that's another point of customization and feedback that we're happy to have that conversation with you all as well.
Not to douse a little bit more on that fire, but and seeing how he got to that number that he just showed you, I also noticed that the total that he has for crashes displayed is like 305,000 and some change. Mine shows 507,418.
Yeah, his is showing matches your screen, but our screens are different.
So I don't know
with the same filters.
But it's all I don't
Yeah.
have any special filters either.
Okay.
So I don't.
No, that's helpful. I'm glad we're seeing the same thing. That makes me feel a little bit less insane. I'm going to give, if you're seeing some different numbers, the classic customer success advice of, can you log out and log back in? There's a potential chance that with some of the work they're doing in the back end for getting some users into the tool that maybe some things got switched around. Let's log out, log in. Let me know if things change or what have you, because this is system default. Sir.
I was wondering a question too. Does the system, is it limited to like showing 1,000 records or something because it's like an online tool, or is there any limitation like that?
Within the query tool, I believe the limit for what it will display on the screen is like 35,000 crashes. It will still allow you to like query for crashes of a higher amount, and it will actually flag that for you and saying, hey, this is a large query. We're not gonna be able to visually display everything, but we're gonna be able to display the charts or what have you. So it'll flag that for you. I believe at 10,000, it flags, hey, this might take a second more to run
Okay.
this query. And then
Is the map display limited to showing a certain number of things though?
this map that we're looking at here,
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that hard limit is. I would imagine it's close to that. I think it's like 50,000 limit.
Okay. Thank you.
And then I was gonna, and maybe it's in here and I'm just not seeing the query, but I think an important part of our analysis is we typically remove analysis of crashes that occurred on our limited access facilities and then in our parking lots.
Okay.
So if that could be something that we can filter out for those crashes, that'd be great too.
So that's actually a good segue to something I was about to show you, but please.
Is there a chance that have filters applied that aren't being
Yes, we
applied on
just
your side?
we just cleared it, and now we're all when you
Okay.
log in, it will bring up a filter that we aren't setting. But when you hit clear, now we're all showing your numbers.
Okay.
You're showing it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
And I just not to belabor the volumes.
Like you hit reset filters and it got you back to this 507 number.
Yep.
You know what I think is happening? I think that it's showing a date range is being applied when it's not actually applying. I think it's probably showing everything within the tool. So that's a pretty simple bug. We'll take that back. But thank you for triaging it with me. That was really useful. You have something?
No.
So great question about parking lot crashes, limited use facilities. Is that the proper limited access? Thank you. So we do have a fair amount of obviously GIS data within the tool. We have a fair amount of information about roadways themselves. If I turn on this roadway elements toggle, I can start to get a sense of like what is the system viewing as like the underlying GIS detail. This is sometimes if you see something that's displaying weird or you know, for some of the ADT questions before, like, hey, maybe this is showing as odd because the ADT is off. This is a way to really quickly spot check what those underlying GIS assumptions are, and allows us to, again, identify where that fix might need to occur. We often find, I don't think any jurisdiction across the entire country has perfect GIS data, right? There's going to be little places that we need to find and refine and correct. If you see those and catch those places, let us know. That's an easy, hopefully that's an easy ask for this team here. But please.
If we find an issue with the GIS data, is that an issue with MetroPlan GIS data as well? Like, does that need to be
It
duly
depends on
communicated?
where we sourced it. The vast majority was from MetroPlan, but we did pull some stuff from like FDOT and other places. But we're synthesizing, we're combining all that on our back end. We'll do periodic like GIS updates. This is an inherent part of kind of platform maintenance. So you would be able to, our ask would, you would send that to us. We'd make those corrections. And if you ever want to pull that GIS database back to you, like use any edits that we've made, we can send you that refined database and you all can take a look into it.
That would work. And I would also ask that if you're sending any GIS files over to the Citian team to update their database, just go ahead and copy me so we can make sure we update ours. Yeah, thank you.
So one place that we often have folks look is like ownership can sometimes be one of those places where we can notice sometimes things a little bit wonky, right? Or maybe an assumption is being made, for ownership of an intersection where there's, some interesting local, agreements happening that change things there. If there is some sort of file or some sort of identification for, those roads that are, limited access or something like that, that would be useful for us to know. I think if you're doing kind of initial queries and exploring and wanting to remove crashes that are occurring on parking lots or limited access facilities, I would filter out non-roadway crashes is how those are probably currently being categorized. We talked about ADT before. That's a lens that we can apply here. This is a good way to kind of spot check, right? Is ADT on this segment, appropriate, or you know, maybe it's a little bit out of date. And then if we go to a specific segment, I can click on that. This is what the system believes the ADT is for this segment. If I go to show all info, I can start to get a sense of, right, what are those kind of essential elements that the system is assigning to this segment of roadway. Obviously, there's a lot of segments across the entire region. You know, even if we're 99% correct, that's still, you know, 1% can be a lot considering the size of the region. So let us know if, again, if you find issues or places where we should do a spot check and update numbers for you all, especially as you all collect ADT, right? And these numbers, you know, change certainly over time in a growing area.
Okay, great.
You might have to help me from an I-4 perspective. Is that this east-west corridor right here? Oh. This.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think that one right there.
This north-south corridor here?
No, here, sorry, here.
Or
Here,
this
here.
north-south corridor?
Yeah,
Okay.
all the interchanges.
All right. Sorry. Those counts are generally directional based on the segmentation. Like these express lanes.
I think what he's asking about is I-4 is split with tolled express lanes, and then there's the general use. So he's asking, is the data on I-4, is it including both the regular roadway and the express lanes, or are those separated into two different categories?
That's a great question. I don't have the answer for you off the top of my head. We can go back to our GIS team. It looks like the segmentation is such that we are included, like express lanes and not in general lanes are being combined together. But that might just be a product of the roadway line work that we received. So if that's somewhere where we'd want to do some of that separation, if that would be useful, yeah, we'd want to work together with you to make sure we're getting the right line work and right data for it. And then it's pretty simple to pull into the tool from there. But great questions. I'm glad we're diving in. I think there was
one online, yeah, but I think we can use zip codes to filter.
To filter. Currently, no, but that's an excellent customization we could pull in. Something that other groups do all the time. If we have zip codes. And we're capturing what these different asks are, and what we'll do kind of at the end of training is recap. Hey, these are all the different jurisdictional data sets that were discussed. These are all the different, local context data sets that were discussed. Is there anything that we missed? And then identify, where we can start to source some of those things as a group.
Just from a data point perspective, how does it classify from a legend standpoint? Because I see like some of the state roads classified as interstate, State Road 436, 434, Orange Blossom Trail 441, all as interstate. Is it from a volume standpoint, or is that how it's classified from the GIS data, or?
Yeah, I would imagine that's being pulled from the GIS, but like I can take a quick look at this and be like, this is probably not, fully correct. So we'd probably go back to that source data and see if that's an error that Citian is introducing at some point in the pipeline, or is that in the base data side and correct it from there.
Yeah.
But you're talking about these, streets here essentially being classified or looking like they're classified as interstate.
There's a lot of the
Just a curiosity
classifications that are way off.
Yeah, Chad noted too that in the ownership, it shows there's an FDOT and then there's, I think, local, but no differentiation between city and county. We can look at the data set that PJ pulled for you and see if there is a column we can use to differentiate that better.
Please.
With the, I think you just had it, with the legend, it had principal arterial and freeway and expressway kind of lumped in together. Is there a way to get that kind of separated or to get a little bit more granularity? Because it's.
Yeah, I can look into what the granularity is within the data that we have, but that's absolutely somewhere we can start to split that up. Excellent. And, something I'll always say is, your local roads way better than we do, right? So there's going to be some stuff that you're just more equipped to spot sometimes than our team. And please, let us know when you come across those things so we can improve the GIS data set for everybody. All right. I'll turn those off for now, and we'll go into a couple of the kind of local context data sets that we've pulled into the tool. Idea with local context is, crashes aren't happening in a vacuum, right? There are a number of, tons of programming right around safety around specific, specific locations, right? Whether that's schools, right, or pedestrian trip generators. It's important to understand where crashes are happening in the context of the people that are using those sorts of spaces. So we pulled in a couple of different data sets. This is when we frequently see additional customization after launch within. We pulled in some transit, right? Amtrak and Greyhound stations. We've also pulled in, and we'll click on all these because sometimes it takes a second to load, but, EMS stations, right? So we can start to get a sense of how, healthcare facilities are distributed right across the region. Parks and trails are one that we frequently see folks using, getting a sense of, right, for each of these. Looks like these, some proposed trails in here as well, right? We can start to, not sure where the echo is coming from, but again, if we click on these, we can start to get a sense, right? What is this path? Is this proposed or not? And then look at crash data alongside some of these data sets. Something we can also do, I'll turn on maybe public schools here. If I scroll in and maybe we're getting, parents are reaching out about crashes happening near Cayley Elementary School. If I go and turn this on, if I right click, a couple things here, I can go, this is the, a lat long, I can, quickly grab, can go to this location in Street View or Google Maps if need be. But if I click on view nearby crashes, it's going to go to that location, and then we can start to set a radius. So, hey, within, let's do a quarter mile. There we go. A quarter mile of that elementary school, I can pretty quickly, if there's a concerned parent or someone like that reaching out, boom, here's my high level stats for crashes occurring within a quarter mile of this location. Give you a sense of when those are happening. Right, are these happening on school days or, what day of the week, do we need to have maybe an enforcement asset out there or tell the, crossing guards to be extra vigilant. We can start to get a sense of what types of crashes these are, right? Are these, backing or right angle, weather, what have you. And you'll come to see these charts really throughout the tool. This is a bit of a teaser for what's available in other spots, but we see folks using, especially for kind of schools and, safe routes to school projects and funding, that kind of show nearby crashes as a workflow that folks use with some frequency there. Any questions here?
This one might be a little bit more related to the Metro Plan. When we were doing the Vision Zero action plan, one of the things that we looked at was response time in function of, that was one of the filters that we looked at in terms of response time. With having the layer of the EMS stations and the healthcare facilities, it would be cool to have a heat map function. You know how you have the different crash counts and different ones, heat map for the response time, because the data is actually in Signal 4.
Yeah.
To have the conversation when you're thinking about it from like a post-crash care standpoint, where do you have more lower response time versus longer response time? So might be a good functionality to have.
Yeah, sounds extremely useful. I wrote that down. That's something we can work together to discuss. Yeah, how to best integrate some of that stuff in a way that is going to make sense and be useful for that kind of investigation.
Yeah, thanks.
As far as the public school filter that's on there, is it easy to, in order to like add, just clicking through the ones that are on there, it appears that it's only elementary schools.
Interesting.
But I would feel like it would be a value add to have especially high schools, but all schools if possible.
Yeah, we pulled this data from FDOT. So let me confirm that there are high school data in there.
I've clicked through about 30 or so, and it seems to be all elementary.
All right. Excellent flag. Yeah, I totally agree. Let's get high schools and middle schools in there as well.
I have a few thoughts. If we're gonna add middles and high schools, it would also be helpful to have a multi-select. So if we're only looking at elementary schools or middle schools. Another thought is that sometimes when we're looking for school zones, I don't know if it's possible to have, like for us, Orange County Public School, like the attendance zones would be helpful. But those also change pretty often, and I know they're currently changing. And then like if we're doing safe routes to school, I know you had the radius, but I don't know if it's also possible to do a radius based on like somehow like side or like either pull in our own GIS data for a radius of sidewalk like travel paths versus just as the
gotcha.
bridge flies.
So like some kind of like accessibility data there.
Because I know we look at that sometimes. So is that something like we could send you to upload if we ever like occasionally need a temporary custom GIS tool?
We'd be happy to pull in like where sidewalks are, and that's something that we've certainly done. I think we'd want to like work with you specifically to like figure out how to exactly to implement some of this kind of stuff. We've certainly done some of that work. We've done some of that work more specifically within, we have like a parallel tool to Crash that's more so like sideway asset management and like right-of-way asset management, where we've done like accessibility isochrones and those sorts of things to start to map out right time of walking commutes and that kind of stuff. And there certainly is opportunities to marry some of these things on the back end. But I think we'd want to have a more dedicated conversation to that. But I can mark that down as something to follow up with you about. All right. Excellent. Yeah, we'll look into those school district pieces and make sure we're pulling in middle and high school there as well. If there's additional kind of, again, local context data that would be useful, let us know. We have bus stops, right? But if there are specific bus routes that we want to pull into the tool, that's something we've done in the past. There's regions where we've pulled in like liquor license data, right? To start to plot out, right? Are we seeing DUIs tied to certain regions where there's more liquor licenses, that kind of stuff. Again, sky's kind of limit here, but it's fairly open-ended. So we pulled in some things that we thought would be useful, but want to get your feedback as well on things that you'd be using with some frequency. Excellent. All right. Oh, please.
I guess one more useful feature, especially with the ability to export charts directly, might be to actually include, if you could, like the date ranges of what that's like auto input there, just so we're not having to fill that in. I know that's very valuable data. If that could be auto applied, that'd be awesome.
Excellent. Yeah, great. Thank you.
I do have a question just about some of the data I'm seeing, just looking at some of ours. How does the data well, I guess I should phrase it, does the data pull updates to crash reports? Like that are made after the fact? Because like I'm seeing some reports where on scene it was not a fatality, but within the 30-day mark, there became a fatality. And another one in which on scene a DUI was not completed, but eventually a DUI arrest was made for the driver, but it's not listed as a DUI.
Yeah.
And
How recent
sometimes-
were some of those crashes?
2019 and 20, I think both of the ones I looked at were 2019.
Okay, gotcha. So, so those should have been updated in Signal 4 by then, right?
Right.
Interesting.
Is it still, I think you said, was it 30 or 90 days for Signal 4? Generally updates get added in?
Yeah, Signal 4, I think, is inherently 90 days in arrears, give or take. But, you know, crash data from 2019 at this point is all but finalized, right?
Is there anything we can do about that data as far as inputting it maybe ourselves or?
Yeah,
flagging
so
it
if you have the permissions, you could go into that crash and change those attributes. I think ideally, in the system, I'll have to double check. If you send me or send us those two crashes you pointed out, like the system, as that record gets updated in Signal 4, I would assume that record has some kind of last updated flag or tag or something like that. The system should take the most recently updated version and overwrite what was historically input. So we'd have to double check at that Signal 4 data, you know, make sure that Signal 4 data was shifting over time. But that's how we capture those sorts of changes if they're being made at the Signal 4 level. Right now, we're not pushing any that data back to Signal 4, which I think is important to highlight, right? If you make some changes to a crash within crash, they're going to stay there. But we're currently not, it's not a two-way street to send those back to Signal 4. Please. I think your mic is off. I'm sorry.
It might have been on and I turned it off. Anyways, just in recognition that there are going to be people, of course, modifying data, adding information, pictures too. I mean, one of the things I was thinking about is it might even be interesting to, you know, if a news report is like provided on a certain crash, like upload a screenshot of that news report as an example. On the back end though, are you creating a log of who's modified, who's been adding, just so if there's any bad actors or any accidents in data input, we know kind of where to go, I guess.
Yes.
Okay.
Short answer is yes. We can start to track activity both at a high level, right? So some folks are adding custom dashboards ahead of the game here. Love to see it. But we can also go at like the specific kind of crash level. And if I find a specific crash, let's say we're looking at this fatal here. You'll see that we have this activity tab here. And so if a user comes in and starts changing things, we track all that within the system. And what that allows us to do is, like, in the unfortunate case, if there was a bad actor, you know, we could roll all those changes back as well, because we have that log of what all those things were. You need to reach out to us to do that kind of full rollback, but I would assume you're not dealing with those problems often enough that that's going to be super cumbersome for the team. Please.
With the current user access like the non-administrator access, do they have access to make those changes?
So you should not right now. That's one of those permission settings we can discuss of who gets access to edit crashes, both from a location perspective as well as an information on that crash level perspective. And so that's something, again, we have those customizable kind of role-based permissions. Those are policy choices that we all can make and we can implement from who has access to what perspective. Perfect. Thank you.
I do have a question. So, because I tried to look, let's say if I see there's something that I think is wrong, and then is there a way that I can quickly pull the actual police report, like when you do in Signal 4?
So we don't have the actual police reports within Crash right now. That being said, all this information that's on the report itself is information that we've just sourced from Signal 4. So this should match, the CSV download that you get from Signal 4, with the exception of places where we are saying, hey, this field was adjusted or determined by an algorithm. And if you're seeing some totally wild discrepancy, that's one of those things that we'd love if you flagged that for us and send us our way so we can investigate what might be going on. One of the things that, is true of every client that we work with is like, we have to adjust our refinement algorithms a little bit, right? Just based off of like how police in this area, report things, right? What systemic, issues are within the data itself. Sometimes that comes down to officer training. Sometimes that comes down to like the specific tool that the officers are using, reports in a certain way that we just need to be cognizant of and accommodate right within our tool, right? Is that being manually input? A classic example is the location of a crash being manually input by an officer, or is it tied to the location of the officer's vehicle, right? One of those done with a lot more intention, the other is inherently going to be not exactly where the crash is because the officer's vehicle is presumably not also involved in that crash. So those are idiosyncrasies that, all part of an evolving conversation.
Is there a timeline for when or if those crash reports will get imported into Crash? Only because I know there's been modifications from Signal 4 that were made. And if we're wanting to truth the data before we use it, is there an opportunity for us to view that in the future, or do we need to go into Signal 4 to view that?
Are you looking for like the specific like printout PDF of a crash? I don't have a timeline for you off the top of my head. I think that's something where we can work, in collaboration to see what Signal 4 will let us pull into the system.
For the actual report.
Frankly, you might have some more insight.
Do you have access to Signal 4 now?
Yeah, we do.
It probably would be fastest for you just to download it from
Okay.
there if you want a specific crash report. Yeah.
Right.
Because that's what's feeding the system. So if you want to
Right.
look at something, yeah.
Okay.
Kelly?
I see at the top, it can say search for crashes by Citian crash number. Is that the same as the HSMV report number?
It looks like it is the same. Yeah, so this crash ID here, 895-80144. So that's also what we're using to populate the URL. And if I searched for this number up here, it would allow me to do that. You can also search for intersections and segments up here in the same way. Each intersection, each segment is going to have its own ID that we use to differentiate it. All that is queryable. Right. The final pieces of functionality on the crash map that I wanted to show are a couple of different things. First and foremost, we often find that folks are spending time on the crash map and want to specifically analyze a specific section of road, a neighborhood, want to draw some kind of custom boundaries as opposed to using the jurisdictional boundaries that were added. We have this polygon tool here that's going to allow you to do that. Maybe we're interested kind of this stretch here. I can start to draw out, the exact boundaries of crashes I'm interested in. If we don't want Amelia Street one, draw these custom boundaries, connect the dots, and then over here, we're going to get similar to that kind of selection from like a jurisdictional boundary. We're going to get that same selection for this totally custom polygon that we drew here. Give you a sense of how many square miles of space are we capturing and all that. If I wanted to get If I wanted to get maybe another stretch, maybe I'm not interested in this intersection here, but I'm interested in some stuff happening north of it. If I draw another polygon, it's going to combine what's in each of these spaces in those statistics. Show one final thing on the polygon side. If I draw Sometimes we see this where people are exploring like a full corridor and just want to get like quick stats for like how many crashes are occurring at specific intersections. I'm going to just draw a really simple box here. It's going to generate this polygon, and then I can actually move this around if I want to go up to that next intersection and just grab, similar location. So a couple different ways to start to explore this, and this is a great way to grab crashes for like a collision diagram or something like that. I think there's a question over here. Am I crazy? Might be. All right, over here.
Is there a way to save like the polygon that you've drawn? Like if you're doing a corridor study and you pull crashes in a certain polygon, maybe you want to look at it for a year from now, see if there's any new data.
So there's not currently a way to save a polygon. That being said, if you're doing a corridor study, you're going to love the Analyze Areas tools, and there are ways to save those selections to come back to later. Similarly, we can save queries and come back to those. So if that's like the deliverable you're looking to do, there just might be a different tool that's better at handling that request.
You're probably about to go into the Analyze tool, but when we save queries like that, does everyone see those queries? Like if I do a query for every small traffic study I do, does the whole MPO have to sort through all my saved queries?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Everyone can see queries other folks have saved, but those are categorized and tied to you as a user, right? So like Teresa and I are working on a project together. She built the query for this. I can just run the query that she ran and search for that. So I'm not recreating the wheel every single time. But if I'm not interested in the queries that you're running, Caitlin, no offense, like I can just kind of hide your folder and it's not going to pop up on my UX.
Is there a way to export just the crashes that are pulled from the polygons that you draw?
Mm-hmm. So grab all those. I just want to export all these. Export table. Choose what file format you'd like. For smaller selections of crashes, it's just going to do this in the download in the browser. For a large selection of crashes, it's going to email you that file. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure what that inflection point is, but the system will tell you if it's going to send you an email, and it sends you a link and then you download off that link. And so you'll see this data is formatted. It's going to be the same for any of these exports, right? The columns we have, and then we have person and vehicle data here as separate separate tabs on the page. You turn on your mic? I'm sorry, I just can't hear you.
I can do shapefiles and KML straight from this.
Correct.
That's great. That's really good.
And it'll give you an estimated time for it as well. So we try to keep functionality within the tool, but if we realize there's other platforms you all are using, and we want to make it easy for you to pull stuff out and into other places where you can complete work.
Is there a limit, excuse me, to how many crashes you can pull at once? I know for Signal 4, there's a limit for how many, there's not.
Not a limit. It might take a little bit longer for that email to be sent to you. But yeah, there's not a limit there. And if you want to go in here and just literally pull all crashes from the entire system, you can grab that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no 300 crash, boundaries or anything like that.
I have a question. Signal 4, sometimes when they recently rolled out like where you can search by intersection and do a radius. I found that that's not always as accurate because sometimes that pulls from intersection names. So versus like the actual geo point. Would you get a different result using the polygon tool versus using an intersection tool, even if they were like objectively the same size?
You should not be getting a different result between those two. Yeah, if you were manually creating a 250-foot, radius versus selecting that intersection where its default area of influence is 250 feet. It should be the same crashes either way.
Because I find that happens the most, like say an officer put that a crash happened 1,000 feet away from a major intersection, it would show in signal 4 as related to that larger
Related to that larger
intersection,
intersection.
1,000 feet away,
Yeah,
instead of it actually being 940 feet or something that doesn't get caught in the polygon.
yeah. So, I mean, that's a question, I think, of intersection association. I think if the system saw that it's trying to be tied to this intersection when it's 1,000 feet away, that might raise some flags from a refinement perspective. And it would probably, depending on the other characteristics of that crash, either tie it to the segment that the crash is actually on, as opposed to that intersection itself. But if there's fine tuning you'd like us to do within that kind of association piece, we bring in our data science team. You'd all get to know Christian, who runs that very well, and we just do some kind of custom tailoring to make sure that, again, our refinement and our location mapping is meeting your preferences and some of the, again, idiosyncrasies of the data here.
Another question. The data refinement, does AI reclassify the type of crash ever?
It's not going to reclassify the type of crash. It is going to assign a collision type. So I go to this crash here, saying this is a rear end crash. And so you can see that that is, we highlight this is determined by an algorithm, but we're not changing like manner of crash here, which is still, front to rear.
If something's reclassified through the algorithm, is there a way to quickly see what it was originally?
Yes. So if I click on the actual link here, it should show you what that new value is. Where is the? Yeah, so it just says like what changed it, when it was changed, what that new value is. I don't think there have been multiple edits here, so it's just displaying a little bit funkily. But I think for each of these ones that it's flagging, the original value was nothing at all. But if you went through and changed something, it would categorize that you've made that change.
Because I most often see that if a crash was a hit and run, oftentimes it's left as other, because technically they couldn't prove that it was an angle crash. So that leaves a lot of not as useful crash types in the system.
Fair. Let's see if we can't find one of those, and maybe we do some exploration over lunch or something like that, and see exactly how the system is handling it. The final piece I want to show you on the crash map itself, I'm going to turn off crash locations. Something that comes up all the time in work that we're doing is demographic data, being able to highlight equity data on maps, neighborhood census data, alongside safety outcomes. What we've developed here is what we call the fingerprint tool, and you'll see this on most maps within the system. I'm going to click this little fingerprint icon over here, and this is at the census block level. We're pulling from American Community Survey data here. But what we can do is start to change the source, and the system is going to highlight, in this case, the density or census blocks where the density of the characteristics that you've highlighted here, like what census blocks have higher densities of these properties. So something an example I do with some frequency is like, hey, we're interested in installing, or changing up our, our bus routes. We need to get an understanding of like where are locations where people who are more inclined to like need to use the bus to access, their life. like where those people live, right? So maybe we want to say, all sexes, all races, for age, people who are under 18 and don't have access to a vehicle, then maybe we want people who are over 65 and have either lost access to a vehicle or no longer drive or what have you, and we can play on with income here as well. And if I click update, you'll see it's going to reapply this map, and then areas where these properties are more true, higher density spaces are going to highlight here on the map. If you don't like the monocolored, I can just shift this over to a 5-color map. Sometimes that can be a little easier to navigate here. But then if I click inspect block groups and I'm interested, let me click this block group here. Sometimes it takes a second to get a lot of data. Should give me a sense of what's going on at the UCF downtown campus. But I suppose this makes sense if this is where a lot of younger students who are of lower incomes inherently, right, are more likely to live. Not sure why this is giving me a little bit of a problem, but debug over lunch and see what might be going on here. But if I click on this block group, it should give me a sense of how many people live here, what the kind of demographic breakdowns of a location are, what have you. So I'll investigate what's going on there, and we'll circle back. Excellent. While we're here on the main map, any questions within this tool before we take a break for lunch? When we come back, we'll start to talk through the query tool, as well as dashboards this afternoon. So just to kind of tee some of those things up. But a question over here.
Is there a way to search by or filter by FDOT roadway ID?
If we have it in the system and it's tied to those segments, yes. I'm not sure if that's data we have in the system currently, but it's something that if we sourced it, we could definitely put in, and you could search by, roadway ID. We have, other clients that have mile markers in here, right? We just, again, need those foundational data sets to configure that stuff. Excellent. Awesome. Anything else? Anything from the folks joining us virtually? Any questions?
Anything about the railroad?
Can show railroads. Do we have that in here? Yeah, I see a question in the chat about could we add, railway lines? Absolutely. That's something we've done for other groups. Again, we would just need that data set and we could pull it in. Excellent. Anything else before we take a beat? All right, excellent. Well, thank you all very much for being so engaged this morning. Love it. There's almost nothing worse than having a room full of people and you're not getting anything back. So I appreciate your questions, appreciate the feedback, appreciate the conversation thus far. Looking forward to diving back into some additional functionality this afternoon. And yeah, with the questions you all are asking, I think you'll be excited to dive into some of the tools that we have teed up for the remainder of the day. It is 12:10 basically right now. Let's plan to regroup at 1:10 or so. Does that work? And we'll dive back into the tool. Thanks, everyone. All right. As we start to come together for the afternoon, before I know there's a couple people still trickling in, we pushed out a small update over lunch to change a couple of small permissions and user settings within the tool. What I'm going to ask everyone to do, and this is a big test considering this morning, everyone could log out and log back in to get access to those updates. That's a good skill check of logging in, and you'll see some changes within the tool as well. Sorry, Shad. No, I need some. I'm out. We had some. Said dry or
Yeah,
like sanitizer.
No, dry.
Okay. I have some back at the hotel.
Same.
Looks like we have some people.
Is there a way we can verify we received the update? Is there a way we can verify we received the update?
It's small tweaks in the back end, so that's not like a version history up. It's not going to update or anything like that. When we push major releases, you'll see the like version down here iterate up. You'll also get like a little notification up here at the top that says, "Hey, we pushed, crash 4.9-.5." You can see those that change log in the notes that are tied to it as well. Excellent. Right. Ready to dive back into the platform? Any questions came up over lunch that we should dive into now? All right. All right. In that case, we'll start to touch on the query tool. You can find this tool in the same place as you could the crash map. It's under that investigate subheading. The crash map is really good for looking at large kind of swaths of data over time, open exploration, finding patterns across different data sets, identifying maybe places that don't pop up in other tools for various reasons. But oftentimes you're coming to a platform like Crash with a specific question in mind, right? You've been directed to find an answer. You're trying to fill out specific form or populate certain prose within a report or something like that. If you know what you're looking for, the query tool is really going to be the best place for you to start kind of in your journey within the Crash platform. So we'll click here on Crash Query. This is going to run. You'll see that we have a variety of different filter types. When we looked at Crash profile pages earlier, right, we saw all the different fields that are populated. Each of those are tied to filters, right, within the query tool itself. We also have some additional filters that are tied to the underlying roadway network that can be used as filters. We also have location-related filters, right? So only wanting to look within a specific jurisdiction or area. Now, if I click this plus button, I can start to look at or add a filter if need be, right? What type of crash, capco severity. Again, these are filters that tie to the crash event itself, right? How many people were involved, work zone related. There's a lot of things in here. We also have the same for person related filters, vehicle related filters, roadway related filters, and then those jurisdictions are those ones that we have from those jurisdictional layers that we've pulled into the tool. So that's one of the places where those live. Now, I don't expect you to go through and click on this plus button and scroll around and find the specific filter you're looking for every single time. That's arduous, that's annoying. The way where I'd send you, and we've developed this kind of natural language search bar up here at the top that you can start to type in what filter you're looking for, and it's going to tee that up for you. Right, so maybe we're looking for bicyclist involves, crashes. Have some logic here on the actual filter itself. So any crash where there was more than 0 cyclists involved. It's important to note that filters are additive in the sense that it's and logic between each one, right? So right now for the query that we're building here, it's going to be within this most recent year of data and has to involve at least more than 0 bicycles. Let's see here, back on the wrong screen. Maybe let's add in a severity filter here. I'm interested in just fatal and injury crashes. Within each filter, this is inclusive, right? So any of these different attributes could apply, and it has to have a bicyclist involved, and it has to be within this specific date range that we've set up. Maybe we want to add on a specific location as well. Maybe I'm interested in 2 of the 3 counties. I'll click query here. So you'll see these, kind of county boundaries generate. You'll see crashes populate on the map itself. If I scroll down, we're given high-level statistics here, right? How many total crashes fit the parameters of this query? How many of those were fatalities, major injuries, and injuries overall? As I continue to scroll down, we see some of these charts that we've started to see in other parts of the tool, right? What's that distribution of CAPCO severity for this query? What's that distribution across days of the week? Are we seeing more crashes for, for cyclist crashes on the weekends? Are we seeing those, on days when we expect people to be commuting to work, that sort of a thing? And start to get a sense of what that distribution of collision types are, right? A lot of straight hits, left turns, and right turns. What was the weather at the time, light conditions, roadway conditions? We have these pivot charts here that we can start to play around with what's actually on the axis here, right? Maybe we're interested in collision count. Maybe we're interested in, how many cyclists are actually involved, set of collision type. Maybe I want, this to better show what that distribution of CAPCO severity is. For all these charts, we have that hamburger icon. I can pull this, I can download this for use or addition to a report or something like that. Do the same thing for kind of temporal pivot chart here. And then a sense of, in the case of our query, like year over year, what's that distribution? And this is, remember, just for the most recent year of data, so it's a little bit skewed. So these are the high-level charts that I have access to. If I want to just get a full table of all the different crashes that are tied to this specific query, I would just navigate over to this crashes tab here, where I could export this table. I can also add or remove different columns from this kind of tabular data set. Maybe I'm not interested in date. I wanted to get a sense of how many cyclists were involved. You can play around with some of these. If I click on any of these lines, it's going to take me to that crash on the map, right? So I can see where this specific crash occurred. I could also go to that full report if I wanted to. each of these sortable, filterable, right? If we just want to look at, you know, the highest outcomes, we can take a look at that, or understand, right? Maybe there are some of these where we're not super confident about the location, right? And let's correct those, you know, using a manual process. Can export this. And here, you know, we see down here, I mentioned it before, but based on the size of data that we're looking to pull from the system, this is going to send me an email with a link in it as opposed to downloading within my browser. I'm going to remove this. So just remove that cyclist involved filter. So this is a much larger query of data, and you'll see that it does pull up that flag for, hey, we're pulling a fair amount. Are you okay with letting the system take a second to run this through? And then I believe it's 50,000 where it's not going to display on the map itself.
I have a question that's more about the crash typing in here for bike rather than the functionality.
Sure.
You talk about straight hit. I'm not sure what that means. I'm kind of wondering, assuming that it means an overtaking crash. If that's the intent, then this number is way off from everything that we know from our analysis.
This straight hit VRU,
yeah,
this filter here.
Yeah.
So I can follow up on the exact, you know, technical definition or what the logic is behind it. My understanding is more so this would be like T-bone would describe now two vehicles colliding, but maybe a similar orientation of, you know, a cyclist and vehicle crash.
Right, but then there's also a right angle type in here as well.
Right.
So
let me, and maybe you can ping John Way on the exact definition of straight hit versus right angle VRU.
and I can give you, you know, the typology that we've been using for some time, and I mean, we're kind of in the process of changing from an older system to a newer one, and so the database will be changing, but it'll at least give you an idea of what we've been doing over the years, and so that it's consistent. So this can be consistent with that.
Absolutely, yeah, we'd love to see that. I think there was another question. No, okay. But yeah, let's follow up with, we'll follow up with the data team on the back end right now, and we'll get you an answer on what that specific distinction is. Excellent.
Question.
Please.
I don't see it in the filters here, but is it possible to create a query where you can see the fatalities and serious injuries or the crashes around transit stations?
Yes, short answer, yes. And there's a couple of different ways to potentially do that. Like K&A crashes, or do you want all injuries?
Well, either.
Just hypothetical.
Yes, just.
So we're setting up a filter here. If there is a specific location you're interested in, what I would suggest is doing a polygon query. And so you see that we have the same polygon tool that we had on the basic crash map. It's going to function very similarly. Let's, you know, maybe turn on this local context sidebar. Where are my Greyhound stations, or where's my Amtrak stations? There we go. Go up to one of the few more crashes are great. So here's that station. You'll see it's adding this kind of custom polygon to the query's filters. And boom, now we have a specific query that's tied just to that area. Were you thinking it's about something that's more so show me all crashes within a quarter mile of every single bus
Yeah,
station or something along those lines?
more related to links stops.
Okay. Which I think is a data set that we should probably pull into this tool
Yes.
as well.
Yeah.
So that is something that we have configured in kind of like a beta mode for another client, and I'll show it to you right now. So you have a sense of what it looks like. I don't love to just like show off a, you know, unilaterally implement something that's in beta, like in your account. So like, if you all want this, let me know and we can configure it for you. But something we've done, there we go. Add an additional filter so this doesn't just take forever. Let's do this within the Twin Cities MPL.
I think that functionality is very useful. And queuing by proximity to certain specific points.
Excellent. Yeah, well, we can certainly add that. Again, beta version, but if that's going to be immediately useful for the team, let's get that enabled. But this is how this would display. We can toggle on that actual, you know, filter. Sometimes that's useful, sometimes that's not. So that allows you to then, you know, play around with this data set, export it, bring it to other places in the tool, pull it into a dashboard, what have you. Any other questions here before I navigate away from this environment?
Apologies if I missed it. Is there a way to do an or function like pedestrians or bicyclists?
So,
or would you need to do two separate queries and then add them together?
I wouldn't recommend doing two separate queries. I would probably do like pedestrian involved and
because we have a lot of just pedestrian crashes, just cyclist crashes, but we may want to look at all those vulnerable users in a certain area or near certain.
Right. Let's look through how we might do that together and build that query out. I might use the term like any vulnerable road user crash might be the way to approach that right now. Let's see if there's something else that would work. Or logic is something that a couple of groups have brought up and is a little tricky to implement, but is something that's on our roadmap. Because like a pedestrian involved or cyclist involved would be an easy way to grab those individually. were you thinking about like pulling this into like a dashboard or something like that? Or what would the kind of end product you're looking to generate be?
Just an understanding of bike ped
Well,
crashes together as it relates to anything else that you're filtering here, roadway type. Yeah, those are groups that we often look at together.
Sure.
There's value in looking them apart, obviously, as well, but just thinking about pulling it quickly.
Yeah.
Or wait
For
to be
that kind of
done.
stuff, I might just pull in all of those like VRU
Okay.
filters, which is maybe not quite as optimized from a workflow
Mhm.
perspective as we'd like it to be. But does get you right any crash that has a VRU flag
Mhm.
across the board.
Thanks.
And I think as we said earlier, VRU right now is being defined as pedestrian or cyclist. And we can, yeah, think about how to pull in motorcyclists and then also allow, for differentiation within that category. But let's say we go through this process, we built out, vulnerable road users. I don't want to go through the process of clicking these 5 different filters again in the future, but I do know that I will need to come back to this with some regularity. We can save any query within the tool. If I hover over these kind of 3 lines here at the top, I can click Save As. Give it a title, give it a description, save it. And you'll see that we've now moved from this custom query tab at the top to a saved query tab here at the top. And then whenever I want to come in and rerun this query, I can click this magnifying glass button. It's going to run this query and drop me back over. Maybe it's not running because it's already loaded over here. Let me reload this page. And if other folks save queries, I can see what they've saved as well, right? So maybe Mike and I are working on a project together. I can go in, what query was he running? Could run this really quickly. Now, I don't need to necessarily run his specific query to pull this data. I can also click on this little caret here under query parameters and get a sense of what those filters that he added are. If I don't want to see any of his queries, I just click this, caret again, and it's going to hide, anything that he generated there. I can search by name up here, right? Maybe I'm interested in like, what are other groups doing when it comes to vulnerable road users? Are they, pulling any, like labeling anything for vulnerable road users that I might be interested in replicating for my specific jurisdiction? We can both search within the name. You could also search by parameter, right? Is there a specific parameter? I'm looking for other queries that use the term, that use, these collision types. So you can do a search based off of that as well, and it's going to filter these kind of saved query results to better map and to better match kind of what you're looking for there. So that can save some time, and it'll also allow you to source best practices from peers, and ultimately just like not recreate the wheel every single time you want to pull a query within the platform. So we can start to see if other people start saving. Those would start being pulled up in here as well. If I want to go through here and edit things, I should have that ability, or delete it all right here at the top. All right, any questions while we're on custom queries? There's actually a couple things I do want to show. Sorry, go ahead, please.
Will the system flag if there's a query that doesn't exist? Because like we were talking about e-scooters and e-bikes and stuff earlier, I saw some queries for that, but when I searched it, it was 0 because it's not actually something that's Signal
a
4.
specific crash record.
Repeats.
So the system right now does not flag like if a query parameter returns no results prior to running the query. We could do some data processing on our end over like what filters have like return 0 results right now and strip those out. If that would be a useful exercise.
I was using the standard listing.
Okay.
I'm going there, for example, for particularly I was looking at segments and then fatal crashes. Okay, then I went down, and in terms of crashes, I sort by ascending.
For this crashes filter?
Yes. Okay, so if you click there in the show all info, so okay. Then my question is, if you look at the segment details, I believe it shows two, well, at least I have kind of a dashboard under the map. I don't know. Okay, there, okay.
Okay.
It shows 2 fatalities, but in the query listing, I believe it shows 5.
I'm gonna guess that's a date filter. This might be looking at all dates, whereas this is filtered to just the prior 5.
Okay.
Let's look at the entire range. Let this update.
Okay, I see.
Right, how many fatal crashes?
That's
versus
the other piece to thank you to consider, right? Is
Right.
how many specific crash events versus how many people involved in those
Right.
crashes. Thank you. That's a great reminder. It would have taken me another second to come to that. But that's a really good thing to keep in mind for some of these statistics is, is it referring to the number of crash events versus the number of individuals involved?
Okay. Is there a way to, without reaching out to you to understand, a way to find that information within the tool, like what is included there or not?
Yeah. So for this, right, so like crashes, right, 4, which we see on each one of these,
Mm-hmm.
but we see that there's 5 fatalities across those 4 crashes.
Okay.
So that checks out. And if I go down to there's that 4. I want to get to the person level. Let's see here.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I'm maybe lunch is hitting me too quickly. On these pivot charts, we also have a crash in person and vehicle level. Sorry, I'm playing around in crash. I should be here on that.
Okay.
On this level. Injury code, and then boom, there we go. 5 fatal injuries. Sorry, it took me a second to do that. That's
Okay.
That's how I would double check some of that math.
Okay. Okay.
Excuse me. Standard listings here designed to kind of just run and tee up like some high level queries that we see organizations running with some frequency. I think Future roadmap, I could see standard listings kind of just getting absorbed by custom queries or just having these set as like pre-saved queries. We don't see a ton of groups spending lots of time here, but it is one place you can look if you just need a quick answer for the full database. I'm going to go back to this saved query for VRU crashes. There's a few more tabs I want to touch on. As I scroll down, we have a tab for individuals who are majorly injured or killed, right? So I can see specific details, right, about those people, what those outcomes are. Go to those full reports if need be. I can also start to see what are segments or what are intersections where crashes that fit the parameters of this query are occurring, right? So I can start to do some network screening here, get a sense of, for all the segments or all the intersections where these crashes are occurring, which ones have the most, right, VRU crashes. We'll filter out some of the noise here. But we can start to get a sense of, right, what are segments, what are intersections, where we're seeing this query come back true with more frequency. And then I can go and click on this, be brought right to it, be able to see, all right, I'm seeing some other intersections along Oak Ridge popping up within this search. And then if I wanted to go take a look at that intersection, start to understand how to, you know, what's going on here, how to better address some of the safety concerns there, I can do that here as well. So we see a lot of groups spending a fair amount of time within the query tool, specifically these segment and intersection tabs within the query tool, just because it allows you to do some pretty specialized and bespoke, you know, network screening pretty simply. Any questions here within the query tool before we navigate away? Something I'll touch on that you see in this map that you'll see in some other maps from time to time is this notification here in the top left, right? We're hiding 38 crashes on this map. What does that mean? So not every single crash in the system has a confirmed location, right? We might be really have low confidence, right, in the either the lat long or the cross streets, or maybe that crash record doesn't include either of those fields, right, for one reason or another. That being said, that crash still did happen, right, and there still are attributes about that crash that we have. So what this is indicating is that there's 38 crashes that match this query's parameters, but we're not confident enough to map and don't want to misrepresent visually where that crash might be happening if we're not confident in it. That being said, we know what happened and we are confident the details about that crash are true, so it pulls into the stats below, but we're not going to drop it on the map unnecessarily. And if you wanted to double check what those are. If I go over to this crash tab here, I can filter on location status and look at crashes that have no location or an unconfirmed location, and then we'll go through some workflows later for how you might relocate those crashes within the crash platform overall.
Can you at some point take or like, maybe not today, but obviously, but like publish or provide some type of like, these are the signal 4 outputs and this is what we call them here? It's like signal 4 calls something like first harmful event, you call it most harmful event, and it would be helpful when we verify data to, as we're learning to trust this platform, if we know exactly what the fields are referring to.
Yeah.
VR used something custom for you guys, which is awesome, but if we knew like where that pulls data from, it helps us verify.
Absolutely. Yeah, we can share our like data mapping and like our data dictionary. I think that would be useful across the board. Seeing a lot of nods. Yes, that'd be good. Okay. Yeah, we can absolutely do that. That can sometimes be an overwhelming spreadsheet to share with folks, but we're happy to try. You just got to know what you're getting yourself into. All right. Anything else on the query page? All right. Well then, moving along, we're actually going to jump into a different part of the tool. I'm going to go look at reporting. In fact, we're going to really start with custom dashboards here. So there's a number of pre-built dashboards in the tool. We've built those out for you. They come standard. But we also know that our canned notion of what standard dashboards should be is probably not all inclusive of all the things that you want to be able to do and represent within the tool. So we developed this kind of custom dashboard functionality to allow you to both develop dashboards for yourself and your team to look at and highlight key stats, key figures within. There's also the ability, if you have the proper permissions, to publish that dashboard and have it be public facing. That's tied behind admin permissions, and we can walk through and discuss, how people get access to that sort of a thing. But that is a piece of functionality that is available through this platform. That being said, we see folks using internal custom dashboards for themselves or for their specific jurisdiction a fair amount, and we'll walk through just building one of those together. There's a couple of different views here, all really pertaining to visibility settings, right? So a personal dashboard is, as you might expect, only visible to you. Organization is available to anybody within who has access to the MetroPlan account. They could look at that dashboard, and then public facing obviously is, can be accessed by anybody with, that link, even if they're a member of the public. We'll show what that looks like. We definitely flatten a lot of data as it gets published to the public. So no concerns there, but we'll walk through what this process could look like. You can see that I can set that scope from the start. We'll have this start out as a personal dashboard. And the way this works is that each dashboard needs to start to know where to pull data from. So we use saved queries as kind of foundation for really any dashboard within the tool. So if you're following along and doing this yourself, you'll need to have saved a query for yourself, or you could use a saved query that I saved as well to generate things here. The way this works, we can start to add widgets. Start out with the map, is a good place, and then I can choose, right, what query I want that map to pull data from. So I want to pull crashes or segments or intersections. We'll pull crashes here, give it a title or description if need be. And it's going to pull here into the dashboard. Now, behind the scenes, there's a bit of a kind of hidden grid on the page. I can't make this map infinitely small because it stops being useful at a certain size, right? Maybe I want this to take up a certain amount of space, and you'll see that it snaps slightly to fit, just kind of some hidden grid lines behind the scenes, similar to how you would, arrange apps on your iPhone or something like that. Let's add a specific number. I want to highlight the total fatalities. You'll see that this widget now gets added below. It's going to populate. There we go. Resize it. So we add one other number here. We'll maybe add one more widget just to make this slightly more interesting. For a pie chart, right, what property do we want to, display here? Maybe you want to do collision type or first harmful event. Okay, there we go. So some of these charts will resize based on how big of a box you're giving them, but we'll allow you to play around with this.
Why does it say 68 fatalities and 4,000 people?
So it's pulling from. It's a great question. It's pulling from the same query. So for this vulnerable road user query that we have, how many of those people involved were fatal, right? How many fatalities? And then for all of the crashes, so including PDO and injury, how many individuals were involved in any of those crashes combined? So you're getting fatal and injury and PDO, just the number of crashes, plus, all the other parties who were involved in those crashes, right? Even if they were not, injured, if that's, I don't know, like a city bus that's, getting crashed into, each of those people is getting counted as someone who was involved in that crash. But great question. What I will tell you to do is come up here to the top left and save your dashboard layouts. The system will yell at you if you try and navigate away from this page without saving. But if you just closed it out, you'd lose your work. I don't want you to do that. So we'll save that layout. Awesome. I'm super happy with this. I put a ton of time and thought and energy into it. It's totally ready for me to display to my team and tee up for other folks to take a look at. If I click edit dashboard here, I can change that scope. So now it's organization wide. You'll see it's going to be removed from that personal dashboard section. If I click on organizational dashboards here, boom, here comes, here's that dashboard that I created. Now, all this, like the map especially, is fully functional, right? If I click on this crash, it's going to give me all the information about it. I can go see that full report. This map is going to behave exactly as I'd expect every other map and interaction within the tool to behave. That's not the case when we start to publish this publicly. I'll do this quickly just to show off this functionality, and then we'll turn it off. But I can change this scope of visibility. Public dashboard, it's going to double check that I'm sure. We'll see this is going to get removed from organizational. Boom, here we are in public dashboards. Again, we're still within the Citian system. This is going to behave as we expect. But if you're a member of the public, you can go directly to this dashboard here. Sometimes it takes a second to load if it's the first dashboard we're publishing. So definitely some places to customize here, right? We're just pulling standard logo, right? We can work with you to, make sure this matches branding guidelines and what have you. But this dashboard is going to display as we have come to expect. That being said, if I'm just a random member of the public, I don't need access to all the information about this specific crash, right? Can be useful to show where these are happening. But if I click on this individual crash report, it's not going to give me the access to go see additional information about it. So we're preserving a fair amount of detail here. Hey, you can see the date, you can see what type of crash this was, but we're not going to enable you to be an amateur traffic engineer, super sleuth, and discover what's going on with a specific.
So how do public get access to this?
So this is a unique link. So you could embed this on your website. You could direct people from, direct it with people to here within a report. Have this on your website. This is publicly accessible. This link here. This view does not require any kind of login credentials or anything like that. We are at this point outside of the crash system.
Okay.
And if I wanted to turn this off, all I have to do is now I'm back in crash, click edit. I don't want this to be a public dashboard. Click OK. And it's going to be removed from that public facing space. Come over here. You'll see that it's back here now under the organizational dashboards page. And this might just load forever. Let's see. Cool. So now, no more public. So that's locked again to admin permission settings, but is certainly a capability. Any questions here on the public dashboard piece?
When it was public, it seemed like you could filter between dashboards at the top. So how would you link dashboards to one single shareable link?
So all the dashboards are in one specific, let me turn this back on. All the dashboards exist within one specific shell, as you kind of alluded to there, right? They're all accessible through a relatively similar link, but then each of those tabs has its own link that's tied to it. So if we go to this one here, we'll load back in, right? This specific tag aspect is tied to this tab here. And if we had additional tabs, we'd be able to link each one to, a website or embed that specific link on a website or something like along those lines, or direct people directly to that link. And that way they're being brought to my second dashboard or my third dashboard, as opposed to this one that opens up, first. All right, so we're gonna come back to fact sheets and reporting probably later today or tomorrow, but some interesting things happening there. I think what makes the most sense is to kind of continue our conversation on dashboards, and we'll go to the dashboards tool here, left. So as we load in, we have a number of dashboards that we've built out for you. If there's additional dashboards that you'd like to include, in that third tab, I can add something like a custom dashboard, right? Here's my first dashboard. If I want to add this and have this populate within my dashboards page, I can do that. Scroll over. And I can drag this around and, have this open up first. Maybe I come in here and I realize, I'm never going to use this benchmarking dashboard. I can delete that out. You can start to manipulate these things so that the information that is most important to you or most relevant to your role or that you've curated for yourself pops up every single time. Reset the defaults because I don't plan on coming back to that dashboard too often. One final thought as we discuss dashboards and setting them up. Obviously, all dashboards come from a query that where someone has designed and saved in the first place. I mentioned this earlier, but it's worth double tapping is for dashboards where you want that kind of date range to be open-ended, would refer you to this from date functionality down here, right? Set the start date for that data pull so that every time you run that dashboard, that query is going to run using the present as that second date. So it's capturing everything up until kind of that current time every single time it runs. Right. From a nomenclature perspective, is the region vision 0, destination 0? Like, how do you refer to the policy choice? Yeah.
Central Florida.
Well, but do you use the term vision 0? Do you use the term like?
So here we use it.
Okay, great. We can relabel this. We just don't like to make a policy choice for you in our nomenclature before getting confirmation. Vision 0 dashboard is the dashboard that we have set up to populate and come up every single time you log into the tool. Again, if you want to edit that, shift that around, you certainly can. Goal here is to highlight crashes. You can choose the kind of the time frame we're looking at, but like, what are the most recent crashes that meet the criteria of Vision 0? Serious injury, fatality, crashes. Tee those up for the team to look at immediately. Maybe let's look at month. We'll grab a full month here in September. So you can see all this is going to pop in the map. This map fully functional. We have everything that we're used to. High level information for, again, how many crashes. Within those crashes, how many individuals were injured or killed. If I click on this little person icon up here, it's going to give me, and that's formatting a little bit interestingly, but it's going to give me a breakdown of, who was the person who was injured in each of these crashes, right? So what's that distribution of pedestrians versus drivers versus cyclists versus, others. That same thing for fatalities. I'll double click on why these are not formatting exactly as I'd like them to, but that's a sense of that functionality for you there.
Is it possible to have this dashboard created for the municipalities? Because I was starting to do it for my city and I thought probably everybody's going to do that. Is there a way that we could duplicate this and just have it where we pull the boundaries of the city or the county or the region?
So right now, the way that things are structured, it's just tied to the region as a whole. There's some other functionality that we'll walk through a little bit later that does allow you to get down to that city and county level, that jurisdictional level. And then, yeah, if there's specific, like additional kind of jurisdiction specific customization you'd like us to do, let's have a conversation about how to set that up.
Okay, because I see seeing this whole picture is great for MetroPlan and great for the consultants, but everybody that's with the city, county, or whatever, they're really only thinking about their jurisdiction, and seeing the whole thing might slow them to adoption if they have to go through all these steps to get to Longwood.
Totally fair. Totally fair. Yeah. We'll walk through some of the things in HSIP and SHSP that I think are going to get you closer to where you want to go quickly. We can continue to think about how to better highlight some of that stuff for sub-jurisdictions. all these charts and graphs are going to function as you expect. Pull them out. Feel free to download. We have a chart and a table, right, for all the folks who were to the crashes as well as each of the people involved. And we can look at this at a daily, weekly, monthly, or annual view. I'll note that it's tied to the most recent data in the system, right? So I know that the week of October 5th through the 11th, 2025 was not last week, but it is the most recent week of data within the platform right now. So you'll see those updated as new data gets populated and pulled in. Similar to the Vision Zero dashboard is a crash audit dashboard. You'll see that these are going to look relatively similar. I'll go to the monthly view here before we go to the yearly summary. Where Vision Zero, Destination Zero is focusing only on those most severe outcomes, crash audit is pulling back a little bit. And so we're pulling lower severity injuries as well as PDO crashes into the statistics here, right? So again, high level view of how many crashes, how many injuries, how many fatalities across the entire region, what that distribution by collision type is going to look like day. So similar functionality really across the board here, but again, just that wider lens to look at things. I will say within the crash audit dashboard, we have this yearly summary view that is a nice way to start to pay attention to things temporally. Up here, we have these kind of two charts that start to show you, right, over the course of a year, right, are there any temporal patterns that we can start to see? Right, higher severity or days with more crashes are going to be highlighted in a deeper orange. As we start to go back in time, right, you can start to see some maybe, are we seeing seasonal trends here? Again, we're looking at a full region, so sometimes those idiosyncrasies can vanish, but something I'll always go back to is like, oh, March of 2020, we see a huge drop off in crashes. I wonder what was going on then. So you can start to see how some of those things, play out within the data itself. If I scroll down, it's going to give you a sense of what was the season with the most crashes, as well as what day of the week had the most crashes for any year. Just kind of quick insights. As I was scrolling through here, I think Friday specifically is the day where we see the most crashes consistently year over year, and then either fall or spring. This is giving a sense of, month over month, how our totals changing or shifting over time. 2025 maybe not representative because we don't have the full year in here. Let's scroll down, right? We're seeing any seasonal trends, some dips in June, and then, some increases in October, November, December, maybe when more seasonal folks are in town and relearning how to drive on, the region's roads. We did some work down in Collier County, and it was very interesting to just see those numbers shoot up in September, October, and then fall off a cliff in like April, May. We can also start to look and track year over year, right? How are we doing, right? How many crashes as a region? What's that breakdown in severity year over year? So that can be an interesting thing to play around with. I'll also note if I click on any of these days, it's going to highlight where each of the crashes were, on that specific day for further exploration. You can download these, pull them into other reports, what have you. Yes, sir.
Does the scale of the number of crashes by color change every year, or is the same ranges?
It should be the same range year over year.
Right. Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah. Great question. I don't think I've ever asked that. Any other questions here on this yearly summary view? We're also, if we're continuing to like kind of explore summary statistics, I point us all to the SHSP dashboard. By default, this is looking at the entire region. What it's doing is highlighting various focus areas, right, and trends across those focus areas. Whether that's fatalities and serious injuries, impairments suspected, like motorcyclists, pedestrians, speeding, unrestrained motorists. If there are additional kind of focus areas that you all have identified as being critical for review, analysis, reporting, let us know. These are all absolutely customizable. So let us know what those focus areas might be for the region. Happy to again, customize this piece. It allows you to start to see, right, year over year, what are these trends? You know, are we seeing seasonal trends? Are we seeing trends over the course of the days of the week or hour and day? Can really start to dive into some of these pieces, right? We'll dive into, you know, sex and age, right? Or where are these happening from a functional classification perspective, right? Are these happening on you know, segments that I'm in charge of, right? Or who do I go to if I have a problem, right, with something being overrepresented? What I think you all will be excited to see is that we do have filters in here for those specific sub-jurisdictions, right? So, you know, maybe I am interested specifically in Longwood, click apply, and then boom, we're filtering this focus area to my specific jurisdiction. Is that helpful? Is this something that you would be looking for?
Yeah.
Excellent.
So where is this data coming from? Is it coming from an address, or is it coming from the law enforcement agency who investigated the crash?
It's coming from geographic distribution. So if a crash is occurring within that jurisdictional boundary, we're tying it to the city or county, so maybe.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes a city may have, I mean, a county road may run through a city boundary. Anyway, thank you.
Yep. If you have, you know, studied some of those, if you want to be a little bit more granular, a little bit more detailed, I'll go back to queries here for a second. One roadway related filter that's really useful, I think we have it here, yeah, is ownership. And I think we want to add some additional complexity here, right? So let's break out local to, you know, mean, is this county owned? Is this, you know, what specific municipality owns this, what have you? And then I think we have the data for that, but we'll talk about adding that in. But this is one of those places where you could go and specifically say, you know, I'm looking to pull stats for this specific city. I'm only interested in stuff that's happening on roads that we own.
So I'm looking under some of our data under the HSIP. When I select our jurisdiction, Altamont Springs, just to kind of look at it, did the prior 3 calendar years for the ranked intersections. A large portion of our jurisdiction on State Road 436 is completely cut and left out of the data. Because I know for a fact one intersection.
What jurisdiction? I'm sorry, I can't quite see your.
Yeah, Altamont Springs.
Okay.
Because I know which intersection should be ranked #1, and it's not on here.
Is that like this boundary is not correct?
So if you zoom in kind of on the furthest west in the middle, go a little bit down, right there, that section cut out, that's the intersection of 436 and 434. That's ours, and it's completely cut out.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
We have a lot of, like, that's when I noticed that
would make sense.
wasn't #1.
I can see why that would be a pretty major corridor for y'all. That's definitely just a boundary.
Are not touching each other.
Yeah, that's definitely a boundary issue. If you see that kind of for other jurisdictions here, if you're seeing.
That looks like it's along with the same way.
West Town that we're looking at, or Benell South. Go ahead. That used to be a county road that then we took over about 10 years ago. So
Gotcha.
it looks like and that how 436 is cut, it looks like an older map I've seen, so it might be pulling old jurisdictional.
However, when you go and look at the crash map and the query crash data, the jurisdiction is accurate and up to date. So I don't know if this is pulling
Interesting.
jurisdictional data from a different somewhere else. I'm not sure. But that's
That's
incorrect
a wonderful
jurisdiction.
flag. I bet it's just you. I bet we maybe had access to two and they're pointing to two different filters in the back end. That's an easy update if the data is already in the system.
Okay.
Simple. But great flag. That's just one of those things that, you know, I think especially for ownership can be hard for us to do that level of QA QC sometimes, right? Because intersection ownership might change, right? Or county boundaries, city boundaries are always shifting.
Like we have county roads that are theirs, but we maintain it. And nobody knows that unless you see that agreement. So there's a lot of mixing between the three entities.
Yeah.
All these cities.
Totally understand. And yeah, so for those situations, that's one of those ones. Send us an email, let us know. We'll capture those, and it's a pretty simple GDB fix that we push out.
What's your overall query?
No, this is the,
Just total crash.
this is the part of the dashboard, this one. So,
Any other questions right now? I see.
because in the query, that was the only two things. What made me back because
I will say that's a wonderful segue into the HSIP dashboard here, which is designed to kind of tee up, right? What are those top intersections? What are those top segments within your jurisdiction? Maybe we want to look at that for the region as a whole. Maybe we want to put on, you know, specific, you know, filters here, whether that's ownership or, you know, lane count, node type, right? Just want to look at specific types of intersections. We also have that same functionality on the segment level. Maybe I'm interested only in segments with ADT over a certain, you know, threshold or something along those lines. Look at everything across the board. And so very quickly, I can get a quick sense, right, across the entire region. And the default ranking here is by EPDO, but I can get a quick sense of, you know, what are those top segments? What are those top intersections using the latest and greatest crash data that's available. There's a lot of other filters we can start to pull in here, right? We know that K&A percentage or fatal and injury percentage can be really useful as a ranking parameter. Maybe I'm interested in specifically the K&A crash rate on a specific segment. And I can start to sort and filter these by each of these different parameters. If I click on any of these, it's going to bring me right to that segment itself. To go directly to that page, or if I click on this, it goes to that page as well. And then can export this table for use in other, you know, designing a report or, you know, use in another platform as well. And that same function exists then for, you know, for intersections here as well. I'm looking at Orange County and I want to get, you know, what's that ranking of top intersections? Easy to pull. Again, using the most up-to-date data that's in the system. And we can play around with those, you know, preset date ranges as well. If you want to just look at last year, or the last 6 months, generate that all very quickly. When thinking about the region and like city boundaries across the region, understand that those are always changing. Is that every 6 months that something significantly has changed? Is that annually? Like we want to be proactive from a, success team perspective as well. Like how often should we reach out and say, hey, our new boundaries available for different cities and towns across the region?
Good question for locals. How often do they get up? I would think annually, maybe biannually, but I'm not sure. Does anyone in the room have thoughts on how often that would make sense?
Well,
is annually
Sem-
often enough?
Seminole County, the commission boundaries don't change very often. I think it kind of ties into the census
Okay.
that they do every 10 years.
Thanks, Mike.
If Tony Nelson's in the room, he may have some input on that. or just confirmation, if he agrees with that.
Well, would it work if we maybe did a push to request annually, and then if there are more
Yeah,
often updates, they can
significant,
send?
significant changes. Yeah.
I think that's
Those
fair.
come through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that specifically for intersections or is it for?
My whole dashboard.
Yes, mine too.
It disappeared.
Well,
Yeah.
All right.
I just wanted you to know that you were along.
Okay, I'm not going crazy. That's good. All right, a little solidarity is nice. All right. We'll ping the team and get a sense of what might be going on behind the scenes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, while we're waiting for the system to refresh, I had a question or an observation about
Please.
ages. It seems that the query in there is like when you do an age query, it basically pulls all persons for a crash for age. So I was looking at a couple of the crashes. I think what's useful for us is to know what's the age of the driver, what's the age of the pedestrian, what's the age of the bicyclist. And so be able to query that way would be most useful, especially if we're doing, outreach, for drivers, let's say knowing, if we want to reach teen drivers, for example, or something.
Yeah, that's great. Let me think about how we might design that query here.
And I guess for drivers, it would be, at fault driver and then other drivers.
Yeah, let's get through that. Because I assume you were just putting an age filter and then
Yeah, I just did a simple query.
Cyclists involved or something.
Yeah, I just did a simple query on cyclists involved and age. And the cyclist for that crash, and age under 18, and the cyclist for that crash was 47, but there was a 6-year-old passenger in one of the cars. So I mean, that's an example.
Okay. Yeah, that's great. I think that adding that additional granularity is absolutely useful. I'm only a little surprised that's never come up before, Mike. So thank you.
If we incorporate the functionality for proximity to certain locations and having that age filter, that will be
Yeah,
great.
absolutely. Definitely. No, I can see exactly how that would be very useful. Right. All right. Our engineering team is taking a look at the dashboard piece. So hold tight on that. Let me take a
break.
Yeah, let's take 15. We'll have the engineering team investigate what might be going on in the dashboards. This is
Mine just popped up.
novel, but either way, it's 2:40. Let's come back here at 2:55 or so, and yeah, we'll power through some other additional functionality. Thanks all. Okay. Yeah, looks like it's just some kind of, maybe everyone was logging in at the same time or something.
It's like, yeah. Some sort of update somewhere. System.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Good to know. All right. Yeah. All right. It's working as well. Of course.
Under your analyze tab, you have, no.
It was showing me. Yeah,
What? Oh yeah, now see that's what happens to me.
How long it took me to get to that filter?
Yeah, that happens every time that
It didn't do that earlier. Earlier it would just show me that fix whatever.
I think it's so weird that under investigate all the like query maps that we've been doing up to date, the restrictions came from, but under at least the HSI activate and then SH.
Yeah, this one.
Well, actually, there wasn't a so I can tell. So there it is. See, there's a crash there.
But there's a lot of serious movement, right? The last 5 years.
They said, I guess, jurisdictional boundary.
Yeah.
So what brought that up? I didn't realize. I didn't realize people. Yeah, I can understand. But I haven't. I hadn't heard.
Or show, like
an alternative.
Here, like show me your scan report of the sales of the city. Or what type of filters. Like what are things that you might find. Yeah, you don't know.
Yeah, you know, those definitely, I mean, it's better than having thinks is nothing.
Like I initially.
Looking at which is a bad thing. I think if they keep adding features to let us like refine and do it more, because I was playing around with a lot of stuff. It can be, at least from like the PD side of things, I think the only reason I'm here is to go like, can the PD use that to my, I think so. I don't think we have the resources that are even just factory our operating system to like map out crashes.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure there's a whole lot of other things that on your side need fixing or need that's I mean, if it's free for unlimited users, I think we can push for. Yeah, I do not endorse that. I know that they probably one of their main concerns is they all there all there with the different relationships that have access to it. Yeah, so how's that work?
I don't know, but I don't think.
Yeah, which I'm sure that's beneficial, and I guess Metro Plan is, I mean, just based off looking at the orange off the old.
Yeah, so you got.
So far.
So.
Isn't necessarily needed. Some of that. Like, I would have
desks. I use that term loosely. All right. We went over a number of dashboards so far. I think it sounded like a couple people had some dashboards that were grayed out for them when they were logging into the tool. I just updated some permission settings for the group on my back end. So when you guys log out and log back in, those should come back to you. That being said, before someone, freaks out in the chat, we're not going to spend more time in dashboards today from a training perspective. I think what I'd like to get back to are segment and intersection profile pages, because those tee up both some of the other dashboards that we have yet to kind of go through, as well as analyze areas and some other tools that we're going to spend some time within tomorrow. If anyone after log out and log in continues to have issues seeing certain or access to certain tools and functionality within the platform, let me know so we can adjust your user for permission settings accordingly for training. That being said, I'm going to jump into the crash map just to find a couple of random examples of segmented intersection profile pages and some of the functionality that's tied to each of those. Let's maybe look at this intersection here. As discussed, if we click on an intersection with these toggles on, it's going to give us high-level information about this specific location, right? How many crashes in the last 5 years. But if I wanted to look at the entire range, I could do that as well. But if we click on this intersection analysis button, we're taken directly to that page itself. Here in the page, we get to see where each of these crashes is located. We also get a full summary. Default calendar view here is 5 years. That's typically the default view throughout the entire tool. If you'd like us to start to adjust that, if you guys are using different views as a region more frequently, let us know. But we see that kind of industry standard is that 5-year view. By default, we break things out by CABCO, but if you wanted that but more simplified view of combining injuries into one number, we can do that as well. And then scrolling down, we start to give you some rankings for a variety of parameters tied to this intersection, and you'll see this functionality exists at the segment level as well, right? Where does this intersection rank across intersections in the city it's a part of? Within the county, where does it rank amongst all intersections across the entire MPO? Just to give you a sense of, right, where does this stack up? I will say for some of these statistics, there's a long kind of trailing end in the sense that there's a lot of segments, there's a lot of intersections that have 0 crashes on them. And those, are still tied to that 2,782 number or what have you.
Possibly an obvious question, but number 1 ranked corridor is the worst, right?
Correct.
The lower number. Okay, thank you.
And then if I click on detailed statistics, we have some other stats that we break out for you as well. Crash rate, which is, as you would expect, pretty highly dependent on good ADT data. If you see something that's super weirdly represented from a crash rate perspective, let us know. That's generally the first place we look is something going on with the ADT here. And then we also have crash frequency here as well. Continuing to scroll, we have the chart. Oh, please.
For the crash rate, the million entering vehicles, so that's assuming that you have ADT data for the minor legs also for all the intersections.
Correct.
And the reason I'm asking is because we had a project just recently where we had a lot of AD data for most of the major roads, but anywhere we had like the smaller roads, the smaller intersections, we just couldn't get the ADT data for the minor legs. So, but this one is accurate data. It's nothing that's inferred from like a functional class.
We may be using system defaults there depending on the location. Okay. And so similar to it, there's a question earlier today about area of influence for intersections. Something that can also be configured is like, if there is not ADT information, then I wouldn't expect you to have ADT for every single segment, every single segment across the entire region. What should we default to, right? And that can depend based on a number of things. I'll click into this now just to show you. It's right up here and under default roadway characteristics. Right. If we don't have any other information about this segment, what should we use? Right. Is it a local road in an urban context? Is it a local road in a rural context? Right. Okay. What should our assumed lane width be? Right. What should our assumed ADT be? All these absolutely customizable and configurable. But let us know what those default values should be, and we'd rerun them through the system, and you'd see those numbers update accordingly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd be interested in how like our system defaults compare to what you all developed. I would imagine what you all have developed is maybe a little bit more tailored to the region, so we definitely want to pull those in if that's something that's been leveraged before. Shad, I see you raised your hand in the chat.
Yeah, can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me or not.
You're very, very faint, Chad. I don't know if you have your microphone away from your face, maybe.
Oh, okay. It looks like he was maybe dealing with the permission settings. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're having trouble hearing you, Shad. If you want to drop that in the chat, I have that up. I can read it out. Need Right, getting back to the intersection profile page. I also have this little caret here that has some additional details here, right? Functional classification, traffic control type, number of legs. We continue across, much like the like a crash profile page. We have a variety of intersection info here, properties of this specific intersection, traffic elements, context. I go to a segment.
Let me see Shad's question in the gym or note.
Shad, are you looking at crash rate or a different density metric? So what you will see on the segment level is this is going to look pretty similar, right? Same level of rankings, crash rate, crash frequency. We have some additional details, right? Speed limit, segment length, ownership. But we do have a lot more fields under the segment info page.
On some of the State Road 50 Colonial Drive segments, it's showing interstate FDOT ownership, and then it's using like an AI generated speed limit of
Okay.
65 miles per hour. And I would think Metro Plan has published speed data that would be better to pull from because
Great.
it's
That's across
not
SR50,
nearly that high.
or is it SR50 within a specific area?
Just kind of where you just were, State Road
Okay.
50. But in general, like real speed data would be more helpful. Or speed limit data.
There's some speed data within Seminole County that's also AI generated and incorrect.
Sorry, random, but the segment name, on this, I don't know if it's an easy change, but it's a Q and it should be a G. I don't know if that would affect a search term. I've noticed that on a few things, throughout the day. It's
Interesting.
McGuire Road and it's a Q instead of a G.
That's
But I've noticed it on the map a few times, and but like little things like that could affect if you're looking up in certain ways.
Have you seen that QG mismatch with anything else? That's
No, but
fascinating.
earlier on one of the maps, Altamont, like for one of the buildings, it was Altamore instead of Altamont. But it wasn't a searchable thing, so I didn't bring it up. It was just
Okay.
I just kind of chuckled to myself. So
Altamore?
What's that? Yeah, it was actually 2 buildings over from West Altamont. So
Sorry, Altamont, not Altamore. Great. Okay. Okay. That's interesting. I wonder if that's coming, where that's coming from. We'll investigate. Thank you. Shad, I'm reading your question here. If you want to maybe drop in a segment or that you're looking at specifically, I'm happy to pull that up on my end. Good call. Not sure why that's happening. We'll figure it out. I click on statistical analysis over here. We can get a sense of like, where does this segment start to rank up, right? Across the network, right? Are we seeing a high distribution of certain types of crashes at specific locations? This is going to be similar to some of the network analysis tools that we'll probably dive into a little bit more tomorrow, but gives you a sense of, hey, is this within kind of standard deviation of what we'd expect here, or is this wildly overrepresented for a certain type of collision?
Following up with the speed limit data being wrong, when you're looking at the segment crash overview and you do segment details, it shows that it's AI generated. But if you go to segment info, it has the same incorrect speed, but it does not mark it as AI generated.
That's a good flag. Interesting.
Here, Jonah. Shad sent an email. With that,
Oh, yeah,
that section.
email. All right, beautiful. Excellent. Right. Let's find this. All right, so I'm seeing 2 crashes here in the last 5 years. Tire range. Chad, I'm not sure what's going on here. I wish I had a better answer for you. I will investigate this. We have the sticky note. We will dive in. So I don't have a quick answer for you. He's looking at this specific intersection that's presenting kind of oddly from a density perspective on the map. So we'll take a look, Chad. I'm sorry I don't have a quick answer for you. Go one more. What's up?
What is the countermeasure statistical analysis and before and after study tabs? Those are grayed out for us.
Those are great out for you as well. Okay, excellent. All right. I'm glad we're running into all sorts of permissions issues. I can show you each of these. So countermeasure is actually what we're going to get into. And maybe I can walk you through exactly how these work from a permission settings. I can show you how to add permissions on the fly. Bring this up, see what we can do. So this is a view that you won't have access to unless you are an administrator. And even I don't have permission to do everything in here, but you all are Crash users. And your countermeasures, and you weren't able to see statistical analysis. Anything else? Those are important. Yeah, we want you accessing all of those things. All right. I'm going to click update. You will need to log in and log out. But that should give everyone access to each of those things. Now, we'll probably spend some more time talking about countermeasures and statistical analysis tomorrow. We work through the Analyze Areas tool, which is more so about aggregating and investigating crashes from custom selected geographic areas, custom selections of segments and intersections across the region. But we also have some of this functionality at the segment or at the intersection level as well. What the system is doing is based on the crash patterns it's seeing in a location, based on patterns within the data that the system has access to. It's going to start recommending what are countermeasures sourced from the CMF clearinghouse. We're pulling in countermeasures from MetroPlan's kind of approved list of countermeasures as well. And we recently got access to those CMFs, so that should allow us to roll those out across the tool. Right now, it's just kind of system default CMF clearinghouse ones. But it's going to start to recommend, right, what are potential countermeasures that you could install in this location to mitigate the types of crashes that we're seeing at this specific stop. We have this at the intersection level, we have the segment level as well. If I click on these kind of plus buttons here, system is going to tell me why it's recommending this countermeasure, right? We're seeing a lot of right angle and side swipe same direction collisions. We're seeing some prevailing conditions for pedestrians and nighttime and speed related. For those reasons, we're recommending providing a left turn road. Now, we're estimating a cost to implement here. And if I click this and check this as something we are considering installing, you'll start to see what the benefit is going to look like as well. If I scroll down here, maybe we want to add a couple of different things. You can start to get a sense of, right, what's that cost benefit for installing those countermeasures at that specific location. I'm going to guess that we don't have $11 million to spend in a random intersection that we just identified on a whim. Let's say we have $250,000 just sitting around. If I click optimize countermeasures by budget, it's going to shift those to select the countermeasures that are that fall within that budget. You might come through here and see like, hey, I'm not going to turn this into a median U-turn. There's not enough space for it. This does not make sense for the context. I can say, hey, this is not viable, or hey, we actually are already implemented this, right? Something we do not have access to is like the history of geometric changes and countermeasures that have been implemented across the region. This is one way you can start to input those. If you have a sense of like where specific countermeasures have been deployed across the region, that is something we've worked with other groups to do, is do some wholesale countermeasure before and after studies.
But I'm throughout this kind of struggling to understand is like these customizability features are what a number of them is just specific to you versus like if I mark something as not viable, does it show up as not viable for everybody?
Correct. Yeah.
The latter.
Yeah. It ties to this intersection itself. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, it becomes tied to this page, and like it'll track that you were the one who said this was not viable. But it's something that's going to be reflected across everything. So like you and a colleague could be working on an intersection and specifically evaluating specific countermeasures, and I don't want you doing redundant work within that space.
Is there a way to know where these cost estimates come from? Like, is the same treatment on a 8-lane road it's not gonna cost the same as the same treatment on a 2-lane road?
Yeah,
Is
so the
there a way
math
to, like,
there,
show our
the
math?
math there can get complicated fast, as I think the explanation or the example you just gave shows. This is one of those places where, again, we're going back to this kind of customizations piece. A couple factors are at play here. One is like to generate cost benefit. We need to understand what your cost, like what's the cost of a fatal crash. So we have some system defaults we pull from FHWA. If there are more granular regional costs that are agreed upon and used, like we can input them here as well. That's going to change those formulas slightly. For countermeasures, and this is something that we're in the process of working on from a countermeasure effectiveness perspective with the kind of not default list, but list of recommended countermeasures that y'all provided, adding all those in. But each of those countermeasures has, components tied to it, right? And each of those components has, unit costs tied to it. So this is something where if we would want to work pretty closely with folks that, know at a very regional level, right? What are the general costs? How much, thermoplastic do we need to install a bike lane? Like what have you. We'd want to work with you to fully customize this piece. Because, we can use a national average, right, for bag of concrete, but I imagine that's certainly not true, right? At the regional level for each of these different pieces. Any questions there?
I will note that when we were developing the safety action plans, we had unit costs that we used for some of the countermeasures. I think that we got primarily from FHWA, and then we made some updates, but we'll discuss internally, but maybe we can share that. And then if others have sort of more up-to-date unit costs based on a recently implemented project, we can potentially update those.
Excellent. All right, I'll make a note to follow up on that with you. Right. Let's say that we hypothetically installed some countermeasures here. We want to go back and understand, hey, was this an effective use of our time, effective use of resources? It's before and after study function, which again exists also at the analyzed areas level, which we'll get to, exists also on the segment level, as well as intersections, can be a way to start to understand, again, what was the impact of this specific treatment on safety outcomes. We can choose a, intermediate date, or maybe I want a full date range in here. Maybe I want to pull in a construction period, right? So ignore all the crashes that occurred within this construction window and then pull an even amount of crashes on either side of that construction, those construction dates. But I'll click calculate before and after here. Let this start to populate in. And the goal is very quickly to be able to understand, like, what was the impact of that treatment? What was the effect on fatal injury, PDO crashes, right? Maybe, we're seeing an increase in PDO, but fatals have way dropped, right? So we're going to still call this, an effective shift at this location. This is a totally arbitrarily chosen thing. Nothing has been installed here within these dates, as far as I know. So don't over-index too much on the red numbers on the screen, but it does illustrate how you can start to left to right compare, right? Was our treatment effective, right? Over time. Sometimes you need to explore these a little bit more in depth. An example is a client with a fair amount of head-on collisions and some more rural segments, installed a lot of centerline rumble strips, right? And they went in and did a before and after study and saw that crashes were increasing. But when you actually looked at the collision type, those head-on crashes dropped to 0, right? So the actual thing that countermeasure was implemented to prevent decreased, but they're seeing a large animal population in that area surging, so they saw a lot more animal strike crashes that washed out the high level reduction in head-on collisions. So always worth diving a little bit deeper into some of these data points.
For the before and after study, is there a minimum after period that it would consider? Like, if you have something that was recently constructed, is there like a minimum after period that it says, okay, well, if it's not more than 2 months, I can't analyze before and after, like, for the sample size?
So there's no hard-coded minimum threshold there. We kind of leave that to your best engineering judgment to determine, is it appropriate to do a before and after study with the amount of data we have in the system at this point. Yeah, again, the goal is to enable you and not put you on rails. Yep. Any other questions about before and after studies? We'll touch on this again tomorrow when we dive into the Analyze Areas tool, but something that we see folks spending a fair amount of time on. You can also shift the view here to, instead of side by side, it's, before is on top and then after is afterwards. But I'll be honest, I don't think anybody has that yet. So
I'd like to address something just before tomorrow when we get to it. A few of us, when you go under Analyze, just poking around, for a couple of us, if you hit the predictive analytics, it kicks us out and makes us re-sign in.
Interesting. Nobody should have access to that across the
board. That would probably explain that.
So maybe the system is like, oh, this is a nefarious actor trying to poke around. Yeah, that should be grayed out for everybody. Right
okay, now. It's not, and it was kicking us, so I just
right.
wasn't sure if that was something that was an issue.
All right, thank you. Yeah, we'll remove that.
I still don't have access to the countermeasure, statistical analysis, and before and after study.
Have you logged out?
I did a few times. It still doesn't work.
All right.
I also noticed earlier when I clicked on the version of the software, it also booted me out like it does for the predictive analysis.
Interesting. All right. I'm sorry, remind me of your email. I just want to make sure that.
I'm in the same situation, but like his turned on for him and we have the same role and mine's still grayed out.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. You gave me a lot to follow up on. I appreciate it. That's weird. I wonder if it's something to do with like your browser cache or something like that. With like stored data that's making things a little bit messy on the back end. You could try clearing that or clearing cookies and seeing if that moves the needle.
Quick question.
Please.
And sorry if you brought this up earlier, I was gone for a little bit. Looking at the recommended treatments, is it just pulling from like FHWA's list? Okay, it's not actually looking at what's in the field. There's no analysis that way. It's just pulling from a drop down of here are things, and then we have to confirm here's what's actually in the field, right?
Correct. Yeah. So it's pulling the full list from the CMF clearinghouse. It's saying based on the crashes and the attributes of the crashes that we're seeing at this location, these are the treatments that like FHWA would recommend for addressing those. And then we don't have insight into what has already been installed. So that's where that, hey, already like you can label a specific treatment as already installed or not viable or what have you. If you have, you know, a sense of, hey, we installed a number of roundabouts over the course of several years. This is the locations, this is the construction dates for those. That's something where we can, you know, in more of a bulk way, pull some of that data into the system. And something we've done for other clients is develop even like a customized before and after dashboard that specifically talks through what was the impact of certain treatments. But again, we need that kind of those construction dates.
Really,
We
you
need
need
the
our
location.
asset information as
We
well.
need the asset
right?
information.
Because like I'm looking, like I just picked one and it was like add lighting, which I know there's lighting there. So that's where I was like, okay. But then when it says provide left turn lanes, so it's like now we have to go look at the intersection. Is it saying to provide another left or just a left? Because if there's one already present, that's a recommendation that's
right.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Already, you know, already implemented would be that. Because we have like number of lanes for most, you know, streets, but I don't believe that we have like this specific intersection has a turning lane, you know, from this direction. Was there another question from over here? Or am I just, again, hallucinating at the end of the day?
I think you answered it. I was just wondering, you said it was based on the type, the recommendations were based on the type of crash. I was wondering if it was also based on characteristics of the road, like number of lanes.
It's taking some of that into account. Some of that gets kind of shoehorned under a broad existing conditions label, which I'd like to be a little bit more descriptive, but it mostly is looking at the crash characteristics as opposed to the underlying roadway characteristics.
Is there any way to verify which CMF you're specifically referring to? Because sometimes there's multiple CMFs for the same treatment.
That's a great question. I don't know off the top of my head. I'll ask.
As an update on my end, clearing cookies. Now I have access to the countermeasures and
that was successful
before after study. Yes.
I just heard from Rachel. She has to leave at 4:05, so we won't interrupt. She's
All
on
right.
the live stream. We can take questions in the room. It just
Sounds good. Yeah, no, I think that's fair. This looks like there's a couple other questions, but this will probably be the last thing that we cover today within the tool itself. There's a question over here.
I was just wondering, I know you just mentioned you can do a custom dashboard for the before and after, but a really important variable that's not shown is the crash rate. Before and after, is that something you could add in?
That's a great customization. Yeah. That's a perfect example of where we'd suggest like going to help. And that we would, I would categorize that as a feature request of, you know, it'd be great to add, you know, add this to the before and after, or not, sorry, not before and after. Yeah, before and afters, excuse me. So we'll capture that, we'll put that in, but that's exactly, you know, the workflow that would be most useful for us post-launch is, you know, that kind of ideation gets dropped there, and then we roll that into our like development. Sorry.
Sorry, him asking that kind of leads into what I was talking to someone about earlier, is that in prior positions that I've had is that anytime there's a rollout of or onboarding with new software like this is like you run into not knowing what to ask because you don't know what the capabilities are. Is there a way of maybe, you know, similar sized organizations or municipalities of like most requested or the most used types of dashboards or reports or things like that, that as an example to show that might be useful for those of us in the room that we may not know that, hey, this is what could be useful, that after you leave us that might be, you know, something that you can share with us as like a, you know, a PowerPoint slide of like, hey, you know, this may be something that you guys can use, you know, nothing is proprietary or anything, obviously, but it's
mic'd up. No, that's a wonderful question. And I think really ties into a couple of different things. First and foremost, like if you're ever like, oh, how do I, or what's the purpose of this tool? Like going to that help section and looking at the different kind of aspects here can be a good way of generating a sense of, okay, this is the art of the possible. This is what this tool is designed to do. We also spend time tomorrow really talking about like, what are your workflows, right? How are you like currently navigating and identifying and pulling certain pieces of information using processes today? And now how do we map that to this system, this functionality, and start to build up those workflows within the crash system as a whole? What I'd also say is like, you have a customer success team that is 100% aligned to help you navigate those sorts of questions, right? Both, hey, this is an example of what another client does, but something that is very common is, you know, you're going to get through and you're going to get 90% of the way to an answer that you want, and you just need, you know, someone to help coach you through that last 10%. And that's a call that we field literally all the time. We know we were joking about it a second ago, but like we throw a lot at you these 2 days. It's a bit of, you know, drinking through a fire hose. And if you walked away remembering every single thing I said, I would be shocked. So like, don't hesitate to lean on us. We'll also be sending over like essentially a PDF like training manual that has literally every single piece of functionality within the tool, screenshots, all that. All that is like Control F searchable. We don't print them out anymore because it kills a lot of trees, but you know, will allow you to start to navigate that document really well. And then if there's ever, you know, from a training perspective, like, hey, our team does this workflow all the time, and I know that we have some new interns coming in that I'm going to be tasking with this responsibility, like, happy to work with you to develop here's a 5-minute training video that explains exactly how to pull this type of information, you know, to equip that team with. Mm-hmm.
It's not letting me change the intermediate date for some reason. All the dates are grayed out. Just not sure if anyone else is having that.
Is anyone else replicating that? You are. Okay. System hates you specifically.
I know.
Intermediate date. So I believe intermediate date is just picking the date that is in the middle of all of the crash data that's in the system. So unless you're adding crash data to the system on the back end, you're not going to be able to change that intermediate date. If you're looking for like a custom date range, I would choose that date range, and you can start to choose, right, where do I want to start? Yeah, 100%. That's should be a UX fix that's quick to do.
Yeah, I'm happy that issue too.
Gotcha. Okay, so you're seeing that across a couple of different filters here. All right, good to know. Do you have that same issue with like days from? Looks like you do. Great. Okay. Yeah, all right. It looks like there's something going on with the intermediate date. Okay, we'll fix that. Right. Any other questions as we wrap up? Anything from the chat itself? Any question you have? Yeah.
The public facing dashboard was interesting. Is there like a way for the public to provide feedback as like a form of public involvement in that, or do they just see the dashboard and do that?
So right now, no. What we've seen from other groups is like they embed that dashboard and then have some kind of form on the web page that they host, so that they're not sending public like feedback to like to Citian, and then Citian sends that to you. But I like that idea if you all are okay with that kind of change of custody of of that data. Excellent. Let me check the chat. All right. Sweet. All right. I think we will wrap for today. Teresa and I will hang out for another couple of minutes, just collecting notes, inputting stuff on our back end. If you want any kind of one-on-one questions or instruction on anything that we covered today, we're here as resources for that. And then obviously I'll be here tomorrow as well to dive in and go through the rest of the platform. Remind me of what hours we have the room for tomorrow.
We have it all day. We have it
all day.
We have it
Okay.
booked all day. Yeah.
Excellent. Goal is to really get through the rest of the functionality tomorrow morning. And then in the afternoon, depending on availability, happy to be here to support some of that individual workflow support. How do I do X, Y, Z? Let's double tap on specific pieces of information within the tool. And yeah, just be there for a little bit more of that kind of ad hoc training and support. Yeah, if you are diving into the tool tonight, submit a ticket, let us know, or just bring your questions for tomorrow's conversation.
Request before you guys start leaving, who that's in the room is planning to be here again tomorrow? I'm gonna flip it. Who in the room is not going to be here tomorrow? All right. Shayna. All right. Okay, you three will be online. All right, thank you. Emma. Okay, and the three of you. All right, thank you guys. All right, thank you. Yeah, those of you that are online, we'll stop the live stream in a minute. Thank you for joining us. We'll be back on tomorrow morning.